tweeted. Like,
Yeah, like you already have it Twitter.
it's
It's
already
like
there.
it's
Uh,
already like
yeah,
on the dream about it. It's like, oh
I'm
my
just
gosh,
saying.
oh my gosh.
I put all this pre work into this.
Oh my gosh. An ad was playing on your Twitch stream, and it was like I didn't know where it was coming from.
Ah,
It's not your fault.
so
It's just I
yeah,
forgot I had it open.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Can you hear my sound, by the way?
No, no.
So
I
you
mean,
can't hear my sound, like you don't have to. It's oh god. Okay. I'm on. Yeah, the stream's definitely live.
okay. So basically, what I'm thinking is I'll probably be able to hear your sound when we
Yeah.
switch over to, or like when I have the stream up as the main
Okay.
video. Maybe that'll do it. But
Hopefully. I mean, if
if
not,
not,
it's not a big deal. But
yeah, it's not like you're gonna be doing music over here. I mean, as long as
yeah.
I got your
Well,
voice.
it's not what I signed up for, but
I'm
I'm not really sure. I can try.
This feels so weird doing everything off of my phone. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, well, you know,
You have two laptops open, right?
No,
that couldn't
I
happen.
it's
Oh,
just it wouldn't
you're
run.
all on your phone. That's
Yeah,
funny.
everything is on my phone now. It literally tried
You're like a
two
viewer,
laptops.
sort
Yeah,
of.
I tried two laptops, it wouldn't work. So then I tried one laptop, and that also wouldn't work. So I reverted to going all on my phone, and it's the only
Yeah.
reason I'm still here.
I mean, you could talk on your phone and watch the stream on a laptop, just so it's bigger. Like the only reason is so you can actually see it.
No,
But
I can't because I have no Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi's been cut
you
off.
have no internet. Oh my
No,
god.
that's the problem because I was supposed to be moving, so my Wi-Fi
Right.
got disconnected. So I was hotspotting everything to the
Holy
laptop
shit.
using my phone, and that's why it wouldn't work. So now I've had to revert to using my phone for everything.
That's actually wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I mean that makes sense. Okay, so what if you well, you probably don't have a TV. There's probably a way. Do you have a USB cord? You could probably hook it up into the laptop and then display your phone screen on your laptop. Literally just so the screen's bigger. That's
The fact that this is working is a miracle in itself, so I
okay.
don't want to mess with the
Fair
gods
enough.
of
Fair
Twitch
enough.
and ruin everything.
That's fair.
I'll just watch it off my phone, it's fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll be moved in next week and I'll have my setup back, and if I don't, I'm going to rip my hair out because I don't know how much longer I can cope with this.
Yo, you should have seen this man when he was trying to work on his camera, and you could see that all of his stuff is packed up. So like he hasn't shaved in like a week, and he has this super British, like old school 17th century, like big bushy like beard starting to grow in. It's so great. What's going on, Mr. Fu? It's me, Juvie. How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Fu. Hey, Julie. What's up?
So, nope, not late at all. Not late at all. We're just getting squared away, and Jamie is losing his hair. So,
yep,
yeah.
You put the Aecert logo in my eye.
Yes,
oh my God.
yes, I had to, bro. I had to.
I thought those were my pupils. No.
I had to use the Aecert. I had to use the Aecert logo, bro, and I was like, it doesn't feel right. So yeah, see, Fu has my back. I told you this image, this thumbnail. I'm getting really into making my thumbnails now. This thumbnail is awesome, and you've been on all of the like super custom thumbnails. You were in the prison one that you hated.
You did enjoy that.
Yo, that prison one was so good.
Yeah, Acert's the only one who did like it, and I think Aecert, answer me
brilliant.
truthfully. Answer me truthfully. Is the only reason you didn't like it because I gave you Johnny Cash's hair?
Dude, I don't. You changed everything about me except my face. That
was the point.
That's why I didn't like it. It's weird.
But that's the play. Like
you asked me why I didn't like it. I'm telling you.
I know. It's just that's. It doesn't bother me. Your reason stands. It's good. My point is though. No, I know, but I'm saying like the weird part about it, like the reason it hit my ears weird is because like everybody's face was changed. Like, or everybody was used just their face. It's like that was the point.
Yeah. Why are we in prison though? I don't know. Whatever.
Yo, look, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't have to.
That's part of the reason.
It doesn't have to.
Great.
It's just great. if you remember, like I basically came up with that like a good 24 hours before the show.
Yes,
and,
I do remember. Yes.
Yeah,
It
and
just came out of nowhere. Yeah.
yeah, and we were looking for your picture because you weren't answering the Discord, so we ended up just taking. Like, I wish we had gotten a straight up picture for it. I would have changed it.
The picture you used was fine. It's just the whole thing is.
I like it.
You did, I'm not saying you did a bad job.
I know,
That's
I
not-
know. Yeah, it doesn't have to. Thank you, Karsten. Like, yeah, none of it matters. It's just I was like, yo, this is an awesomely dumb idea for a thumbnail, and
Agreed.
And I decided
Agreed.
to run with it. That's it.
Totally agreed.
That's the whole game. The whole game. I am trying to figure out why I don't hear the music for. Do you guys hear the music in chat?
No. Oh.
No.
Well, hold on.
What the?
It's pointless asking me. I mean, I'm in a very weird situation with setup right now, so.
Okay, now I hear it. I did a Yeah, y'all can hear it. I just. Yeah, it. You know when you have Streamlabs open and you change how you listen to it, like how you run the volume for everything. Well, it was still. Yeah, it just didn't read in my ears, but it was playing. So, whatever. The point is settings.
I don't hear it on the stream. Just saying. I don't know. Maybe.
It's really low.
Oh,
it's really
okay.
low.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody should hear it in a moment. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, it was just I was in silence and I was like, something's not right. It's just my settings. What's happened to me? So, but yeah, every time I see this thumbnail, I love it. I'm sorry, I can't stop. It gives off that teacher with a ruler, or like threatening to hit children. It gives off that vibe.
I thought I was Harry Potter about to kill Voldemort or something. I don't know.
Oh no. It's definitely that, but for me, visually, it reads.
Oh, okay. So you're on the other end of this.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
The PS4's jet engine is too loud. The facts. So, yeah, my background's blurred. My wife is probably going to try to run through this room like Barry Allen when she gets off work, because she hates being seen on stream.
Nice.
We still got a minute left. Hey, remember when we were like trying to start early?
Yeah, that didn't work.
This is early. It's good that we tried. This is because we would have been half hour late.
It's a miracle I'm here at all. Let's put it that way.
Also, you had me dying over here, Aecert, with the between 2 and 2:15.
and then I come in 2:27. Yeah. I did say before 2:30, so.
You did. You just made it. God. Oh, this is gonna be fantastic. This is gonna be the best show ever.
Watching Logic on a 6-inch screen is gonna be fantastic.
I mean, the clarity and resolution you're gonna get. Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait. I just at some point I expect you to say like, I can't effing see. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get started.
Possible.
Look,
can't hear us, right?
everybody. Yeah, they can hear us. What do you what's best is you asked the moment we actually came up and I turned the sound back on.
Perfect.
They can't hear us,
Good,
right?
good. As long as they couldn't hear before that.
Aecert. You're killing me. All right, guys. Well, welcome back. It's episode 76 of the Made in Dreams podcast. I hope you missed us last week. I missed you. I did. But we were getting set up because Jamie and I are both undergoing total recalls, basically. So this week we have Aecert here to give the Logic Masterclass, and Jamie at some point, excuse him, because at some point he might lose his brain and just go ape on everything. So with that, Jamie, how you doing, my guy? How you doing? Say hi to the people.
Well, it's good to be back, but it's in a really weird situation because for everyone that doesn't know, I'm currently in the middle of moving, and I should have been in my new place by now with my new setup and my new room and it all looking great, but everything got delayed. And everything I own is in storage, so I'm currently doing the podcast off of my phone because I have no Wi-Fi because that also got disconnected. So, yeah, my stress levels is quite high, so I'm hoping that my phone holds out and the data continues to run so that the show can actually happen. But apart from that, I'm slowly losing the will to live, so let's hope the show goes good. Fingers crossed.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And Aecert, how you doing today?
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
That's it? Nothing else you want to tell the people?
Hopefully I don't get a work call. That would be awkward, but we'll see.
Well, I got a topic just in case that happens. So
okay, that's good.
I've prepared for such things.
Prepared.
Yes. So I guess let's go ahead and get into it. The first part of this masterclass is going to be basically an idiot, me, trying to ask Aecert questions regarding just, how would you say, the predecessors, how would you say it? Good Lord.
What are you trying to say?
Who knows? Anyway, no, like questions just about like understanding, like an introduction to understanding logic. And so, I mean, I want to start with one, and we may go back over these while we actually have Dreams open and you're doing logic. But like, what are the gadgets that you absolutely need to understand to get started with logic?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, oh man. So like, am I answering this to someone that's like brand new and
Yeah.
right? So like what should they learn first? All the yellow gadgets I'd say are really, really important to understand. You'll only as for when I say the yellow gadgets, I know you guys can't see my screen. Well, actually, that can change. Now you can kind of see my screen. Sorry to mess up your thing, but
oh no, you're
so
fine.
the yellow gadgets are all like
I prepared.
kind of like changing data and like how that. Sorry, I don't even know how to explain what is media logic and processing. Okay, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
Honestly, every single one of these gadgets, you should know what they do. Every single one in this category. So learn those first. The green, it's probably like sensors. Yeah, sensors and input. You don't need to know all of these. The purple, you don't need to know all of these. Learn all the yellow ones first. For the green, like zones and tags, those are really, really important. Wireless transmitters and receivers. There's a lot of people that are like not brand new that don't even know what these are. I've run into some people who like didn't know what they were.
You're talking to one. Keep going.
Yeah,
and me too.
really.
Yeah,
It's like a zone and tag, but you can send fat wires. Like you can send numbers. It's not just on or off. Learn these four. Learn these four. Obviously, the controller sensor. The rest of them are kind of niche. Like sliders and switches. Those are nice for debugging and not changing settings and stuff. But these four, or I guess these five, are super important. So all the yellow ones, first five of the green ones. As for the purple ones, like teleporter is really important. The look at rotator, mover, advanced mover, follower. Like these aren't very hard to learn. These are important for moving things, so you should know what those do. The destroyer, health manager, health modifier, text displayer. Yeah, those are good to know. You really don't need to know any of these white ones. The puppet. It's good to know where to find the puppet. That's kind of important.
I love your delivery of this. Like, this is a logic masterclass.
I
And you're
mean,
just like the yellow ones, yeah,
yeah.
sure. The pink ones, nah, leave them.
Well, I'm talking to someone who's brand new, so like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So, for the blue ones, camera, you really don't need anything else. If you just know where the camera is, you don't need to know any of the joints when you're starting off. You don't need sound. So yeah, does that answer your question?
So,
Now, do you want me to narrow it down even more?
Yeah, let's go
I mean,
deeper.
yeah, I mean,
Like,
let's go deeper. I mean, I feel like my questions are going to go deeper, and
Yeah.
maybe it'll be easier to go deeper once we're in the full swing when you're actually building logic. I expect you to be very thorough, sir.
Oh,
Very
of course.
thorough.
It's just,
So,
yeah.
which you usually are. I mean, giving your tutorial videos, and I still can't get them right. But the point is that I know you explain them really well, and I'm like, yeah, this is purely a personal issue going on with it is. It's a personal issue. I mean, so like, I guess what do you like? I've heard people say that they use sentences like if then to when
Sure.
creating logic for understanding. Is that something that you do, or do you just have a base
Yeah.
knowledge of everything and stick it together?
That's a good question. So it's really important to know what you're trying to do. What for pretty much everything. When helping people, a lot of like pretty much every single time, they just need to explain in English what they want to do, exactly what they want to do, and then you need to translate it into logic. So yeah, I mean, using English word. I mean, do you want to give me an example, like a basic example? It's sorry to put you on the spot, but like,
No.
if you don't have
problem.
anything, that's fine. But
Basically, I'm quick. I'm quick on my feet.
okay.
So let's say I wanted a character to swing, and I wanted them to throw out a grappling hook, latch onto a point, and then just be able to
Lord.
swing back and
Okay.
forth. What would I need to understand about what I just said in logic form?
That is not an easy thing. Let's make that a little bit easier. So for example, maybe let's do something else.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I'll go with it.
So like for like a sprint, let's simplify this. Like a sprint. When the player is holding down, is pressing the left joystick forward and presses square. That's a weird button to use, but that's fine. They sprint. So see what that's an English sentence, right?
Yeah.
Left stick forward and sprint. You can translate that directly into logic with literally like the AND gate. That is super simple. Your grappling hook example.
Would you? Well, let me ask you.
Well,
It's a very difficult.
Like I
thing
said,
to
we're
do.
gonna.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Jamie?
I'll say, like, why don't we see an actual demonstration of what he's just said happen in logic?
Sure.
Okay, so I guess let's go ahead and switch over to the other screen because I think it would be easier. Sharfik, hey, Sharfik, what's going on, man? Long time no see. So yeah, let's switch to this. There we go.
So as a super basic example of translating logic, a sentence into logic. This is as basic as it gets. I'm just setting everything up for right now. You don't need to know this. Okay, so
oh god,
don't worry about this.
Oh no,
I've deleted everything. Where's the there it is. So when we play, this is it. Okay, I guess the camera moves. Nothing happens. All right. So you want, or well, I want, I guess. when the left joystick is moving and you press square, you move faster, right?
Okay.
So how do we translate that into logic? When the left joystick is moving, well, let's make the character move really quick because I deleted literally everything in this puppet. Is it left joystick or left local? Let's find out. Yes, this is perfect. All right, so we've got a moving puppet, right?
Yeah.
So currently, I mean, what is this in English? When the left joystick moves, the puppet walks. I mean, this is pretty.
Yeah.
That hopefully makes sense. So when the left joystick is moving, so I believe we can just check if it's being pushed with a calculator, checking if it's greater than 0. But you know what? I don't know. So
I had a
let's
question
see.
already.
Let's put this in a number displayer and see what happens. Because I genuinely don't remember. Good. This is what we wanted. I was checking if it was ever going to be negative, but no, it's always 0 to 1. So, and if you have a question, feel free to stop me. But,
Well, I saw you about to put on the calculator, and my question was, being that it's a direct, like you already have it, so it knows if you press left on the stick, it walks. Why would you need a calculator to determine when you're pressing the stick instead of just say, yeah.
Is there an output that says like, am I walking? I mean, I guess there is. I could get the movement speed with a move speed sensor, but I'm not really sure. Like, you can do an input for walking. I don't know if there's an output of. Oh, I guess there is. Move strength, walking. So I guess I could have taken walking strength, right? I mean, this goes to show like there's a ton of ways to do everything. But I mean, I personally just find it easier to just grab it from the left joystick. But walking strength, that's not a bad idea. So let's see what that outputs. I mean, I assume it's going to be a similar thing. Yeah. So I mean, it goes to 0. That's weird. Yeah. Huh. It's almost like it's acceleration, and I fell off the cliff. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. So, but that's why you test things, right? It's so important to just test things, figure things out. If you don't know something, just test it. I don't mean to call anyone out. I'm not calling anyone out, but and don't feel bad if you do this. But people ask me questions that are very, very easy to just figure out on your own, by just shoving number displayers everywhere. So yeah, we're gonna check if the left joystick is moving. Potentially, maybe you could do a move sensor instead, but this is probably fine. So, if the left joystick is being pressed at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's literally an AND gate. And pick a button. I said square. Is square good? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's just go for square.
Let's go for square. And square. What do we want to do? We want to make him faster, right? So, I'd say the best way to do that is to literally just keyframe either the walk or run speed. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure the difference between these two. I think the walk speed is like the speed at which the walk animation plays, and then the run speed is the speed the run animation plays. So we're just gonna keyframe the run speed to be it doesn't matter, higher.
Yeah, that platform's not big enough.
Oh. Oh, and you know what?
You're gonna take off like the flash off that thing.
Yeah, only if I press square.
Only if you press square, though.
Yeah. So,
wow.
So go back and
it's faster.
Go back and do it the way you were going to do with, I guess, the calculator. Just so I
did.
could. Oh, see, it was so fast I didn't even catch it.
It was. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Right. So English turned into logic, right? So left joystick and square makes the speed faster. What the heck? Okay, there. Maybe we do. Can we do that? It wasn't as fast as I expected. Yeah, there we go. So,
so what you're essentially doing there is
what's up?
is you're essentially like doing pseudocode, right? That's essentially what you're doing, is turning pseudocode into physical logic.
I mean, it's the English pseudocode English, English sentence. Yeah, yep. My camera's frozen. Thanks. My camera's being weird today. Let me know if my camera freezes. I can fix it really easily.
Yeah, okay. I didn't want to disrupt anything.
No, just let me know. It's easy to fix. All right. But yeah, let's keep doing a Q&A. I like that. And then oops, that's my file system. And then we can get into some more advanced demos. That'll be fun.
All right.
But
so I guess the next one would be like the problem that I have when following tutorials, provided in Dreams is like, which work for other people. So the problem is with me again, is that I do the tutorials, and while it walks you through how to, it falls from my brain like a multiple choice test, like right after, like it doesn't stick with me. And I don't know if anyone else has this problem, because like I said, there are people who are like, yo, just go do the tutorials. And they are now logic aficionados when it comes to, Dreams. But like, what would be the way, I guess, like, is the fix to that to just start doing?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's not a you problem that you follow the tutorial and it just goes out of your brain right after. I'm curious, are you like building it along with the tutorial, or are you like?
Well, most of I'm talking about specifically Dreams tutorials where you're like in it and they're telling you like, put it here and this is why it works. Like,
you see, I've done that, and like after I've built it and it works, it's like great, but now I have no idea how I actually did it.
Yeah. Until you can make it without the tutorial, it's not going to stick in your brain. Basically, you need to do projects that implement what you've learned in the tutorial on your own from your head. And if you can't do that, that's fine. That's completely fine. But until you get to that point, it's not going to stick. It's not. There's no way it's going to stick unless it was super basic. And so how do you get to that point? How do you memorize it? You just have to practice. I know that's a sucky answer, but
no,
you literally just have to do stuff that uses that whatever technique you're trying to learn. So start. This is my best advice for starting to learn. It doesn't really apply if you're literally at 0, but I guess it does. Do a project where you know how to do 70% of it and you don't know how to do 30% of it. And you'll learn the 30%, and hopefully it'll stick with you because it's only 30% new, and 70% you already knew. So then for the next project, do the same thing. You'll have that 30% extra knowledge. So do another project with 30% additional new stuff, and each project add a little bit of new stuff. I see tons of people. It's like almost the opposite. 30% they already know, and then there's like 70% of the entire project they have no idea what to do, and it's gonna be what you said. It's gonna just they're either gonna get help or quit. So let's say they get help, they're not gonna know what they did or how to build onto it, or and that kind of stuff. So you gotta add gradually to your foundation of knowledge. This is not just a Dreams thing, by the way. It's I don't want to say a program. It's just a life thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I like that idea where it's, because I mean, I know a lot of what stopped me from learning is probably the fact that like I'm starting from 0 with logic, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this project, and then it's like the sculpting or the putting things together, piecing it where I want it to be, and all that composition, I'm down. Then the moment logic comes into it, which is really probably like a good, like you said, like 70+% of what I'm gonna have to do to get it all to work. And then I'm just like, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do now.
Start simpler.
Yeah.
So you gotta go even simpler.
It's so hard.
I know. No, I know, because you want to do your cool idea, but you can't. Sorry. You need the but like it's not like you have to do like a month-long project. Like it can be like a couple days, honestly, but like do something simpler. Get a foundation before trying to make your grappling hook because I don't even know how I'd do that, to be completely honest. I mean, I probably could figure something out, but admittedly, I've never tried to do something like that.
Yeah,
It,
but I when I tried to figure out the grappling hook, I actually did the tutorial from Vince Cully, and
nice.
um, I got it to work. Like I got the connection to work, and then all of a sudden like my character and the tether would just fall forever, like forever. Like if I wasn't on a surface, it would basically just drop. And I
Huh.
and the thing is it was like all the way up to the last step everything worked, but then it didn't at the end. And I was like, what
Yeah.
happened? And like I said, my brain's not built for logic. So, when it came time to something we're probably going to get into more later, try to figure out what went wrong, I was just like, I thought I did everything right. And I even went back through the video and was like playing it each little piece. And I was just like, so I say this to get to
Yeah.
to my next question, which was like one thing in Dreams tutorials that I've noticed, and I don't know if as a person who makes Dreams tutorials, you might, be like, that's not true. But
Oh, we'll
I've, I,
see.
I've noticed that there's often like a really small detail that sometimes makes
Yeah.
like like sometimes the professor doesn't explain because they think it's common knowledge, and it's like that little thing that you don't know, like that, like turning the positional vertices, like the angle arrows, and like if
Yeah.
you don't do that, it completely breaks all of the logic and makes it not work. So like, have you ever run into this while helping people like extracurricularly as you do
Dude,
with like with
there's with dreams or programming or anything, like one little thing will break everything. And there's so many of those little things that you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
an infinite amount of things you can do that will just blow the whole thing up. Infinite, like literally, like So I don't even know. You just need to be the tutorial maker and the tutorial follower. You need to be really careful. You need to be very deliberate. You need to pay attention. It's tough for both ends. It's tough to do it right. And
Yeah.
even if you do it right, there's something can still go wrong that and I'm talking for both the tutorial maker and the follower. Something can still go wrong that's not even your fault. Like with dreams, like for your issue, sounds like something was movable that shouldn't have been or something. Just one little group with one little check button will break the whole thing. And I would offer to debug your thing live, but I genuinely am scared to
I don't
like.
I
I don't
don't
know if
even
I'd be able to fix it.
I don't I
We gotta
don't
call
even
Vince
think
up.
I don't even think I have it anymore because I like raged
Oh,
it. Like, I
That
mean,
sounds so me.
mind you, you can't really rage it that
fine.
hard because it's always there, but it's like the Netflix queue. Like that thing is
Yeah.
like the first thing I ever clicked on, and I probably couldn't find it. But I mean, hopefully, after today's lessons, I'll be able to go back and know what to look for. So,
Yeah.
I don't want to give up on logic. I still want to learn it. It's just it doesn't come as second nature to me as like sculpting did, like just because of my like where I'm
Yeah.
coming from art school wise and everything like that. So but okay, yeah, because I know a few times people like have turned like the directional arrow, and I've just been like, I'm gonna do it, but I don't really understand why.
You don't know why. They should be
Like,
explaining why they're doing literally everything. Like everything should be
yeah,
explained. That's really important.
and that's the thing.
I think
Sometimes I do get it, and other times I don't. Like I don't understand, like in a 3D space,
Yeah.
why that would be something that needs to be changed. But we'll probably
Yeah,
get
I
to
can't
that.
really answer you there because I have no idea what you're. I don't know what. I'm not looking at it, so. But I know what you mean, in general.
Yeah,
And yeah, we'll definitely go over debugging techniques, um, like following the flow of data. Now physics related stuff is a whole different thing, and but you know I'm sure you do know. You do know.
that
With
look
your
when you said physics, this is like, oh my god, that's a
Yeah.
whole other story.
like the movable versus non-movable crap, and that's just annoying.
Yeah.
Like, should inside the group be movable or the entire group be movable? Well, the answer is the entire group should be movable. Inside should never be movable, but it doesn't matter. Next question. I don't want to talk about it. It's just stressful. So many issues have been caused by that.
Well, let's start a little bit of beef. All right.
Yeah?
We've been told by everyone who does logic that there's multiple ways to achieve the same result.
Yes.
It comes down to style. Do you feel there's a right way and a wrong way?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends on the thing. Some ways there's definitely a right way. Some ways there's a bunch of ways that depending on what you need, like maybe do you need optimization or do you need code readability? That's honestly, for the majority of things, that's what it comes down to. Optimization or readability. For most projects, you don't need it to be optimized unless I'm making something. Because it seems like every project I make, I always hit the thermo cap. But yeah, so did that answer your question?
Yeah.
I guess yes.
I mean, Intro Attack Out said there's a right way. Don't use XOR. So
I have used an XOR gate a single time in the last 2.5 years. Like, I actually needed it. In laser bounce. Yeah, laser bounce. I needed to check if only one color was being shot into a thing. This mechanic, I never ended up using it. Actually, did I? I don't remember. But so that's what an XOR does, right? It outputs a 1 if one thing is being input, and if 0 or more than 1 is being input, it outputs a 0. So I actually needed it. So Intro, you're wrong, I guess, but technically, it's not that don't use it, it's that use it if you need it. That's pretty much.
And you rarely need it.
I have needed it a single time.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, just in the breakdown of how you doing the XOR gate, like, yeah,
did that make sense?
It did, but at the same time, I haven't used it, and so it's kind of like that seems weird, but
it is weird. Yeah. I agree. One second. For the visual learners out there.
Yes. This is what
XOR gate is not exclusive gate. XOR gate is this. Exclusive gate is a whole different thing. So remember what I said, right? 0 outputs 0. So what will happen if I click this switch? Not rhetorical.
Wait, you're gonna
wait, what?
Yeah, I'm like, wait, but
what
it's
happens
not.
If I click this switch.
I mean, wouldn't that go? There'll be one input going in, so it's not 0.
Yes. What happens if I click this switch?
Then it should, I guess, not go on because it's 0 or more, right?
Yep.
Or 0 or more than 1. So yeah.
Yep. See? It's easy. That's what it does. Alternatively, you can hover it and then hopefully it'll explain it. I admittedly haven't read this. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Do this if only one of these things are true. There you go. So alternatively, you could ask me in my Discord. So there's 3 ways to figure out how this works.
Wait, so you could use this instead of using, say, like you could use this when setting up your, I guess your if-thens. Like, I know people usually use something else, like if this and this, then this. You could use this to do the same thing. I can't remember what the gadget is, but it's like an AND gate. So if instead of using an AND gate, you could use an XOR to create the same.
I mean, it's in the same family as and gate. I
Just say
only
I'm
use
wrong.
it
Don't do
if you.
it.
Well, you're not saying enough to be wrong or right.
Good.
Only use it if you need it,
That's
right?
his comfort spot.
If you need it to output one, if only one thing's on, use it. If you need every single thing to be on to output a one, use an AND gate, you know? So just use what you need. But that's
Okay.
the thing. You need to know what these do first before, because if you don't even know they exist, then I mean, you're gonna be confused.
Well, that kind of leads to my question because, like, it's all right knowing what all of these gadgets do, but
yeah.
I think surely you need to kind of understand how the basic of logic language works in the beginning, like no different than coding. Like, one is something on, zero is something off, if, when, true, false, all of these words that have meanings in any form of scripting or logic in general. Like, would you say like it's important to understand what all of these things mean before you jump into logic to make it easier to understand, or
I mean, you don't need to understand like how everything works, but it's real. Like I'd say the only thing you need to know is that 0 is no signal, and not 0 is a signal. So there's no null, and if you don't know what null is, don't worry about it. But like,
Oh no, your cam
0
froze.
is nothing. 1 or greater, or I think -1 also is something. Once you know that, you can pretty much go from there. But so like
Your
0.
cam froze.
Thank you. 0 isn't like 0 isn't a number in dreams, which I know is kind of a weird thing to say, but and I guess like if you don't come from programming, this probably won't be an issue, but it is kind of. So I shouldn't even talk about this honestly, but
well,
yeah.
I know what you mean because like in programming, everything starts from zero and you count up from zero, not from one, right?
Well, 0 is a value in programming,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
Like
in
zero
dreams,
is not
it's
nothing.
not. It's just off.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
weird. But so once you understand that, you don't need to like perfectly understand the inner workings of logic. Like for example, there's 30 frames a second. You don't. There are 30 ticks a second in dreams. Like you don't really need to know that to start off. I mean, I can't think of any other like deep logic, inner working examples right now. But yeah, so
Okay.
as long as you know that 0 is off, 1 or greater is on, you should be able to go from there.
Well,
Right.
that's not the right and wrong way. Started a little something in chat, which I enjoyed. And
Yeah, what's up?
but
Oh no.
You're gonna have to read it
the,
out to me because I can't see chat.
Yeah,
yeah. So
you're
Intratech out
blind.
said OR-gate is truly useless,
It
and
is. Yes.
okay, so yeah, and Thion Gamer, or I don't know how to say your name, man. I need to figure this out. You need to put it in chat or something. Phonetically put it out there for me. But I don't ever use an OR gate because wires default OR.
Default
And
or. Yeah.
yeah. So Snaveler? I'm killing.
Snavelier.
I'm killing. You see, it would be Lear, but it's Laer.
Yeah, I know. That's just
Anyway,
how I read it.
yeah. It says OR gates never understand their function. I thought it was me, so I guess we'll get into that.
Yeah, really, really quick. So, like, why do people keep saying
Thion.
they're absolutely useless? So, when you put multiple wires into a node, and this were not node, I'm sorry, into an input, literally any input in dreams, any input. You see, we have this thing, wire blend. There's overwrite, and if I hold L1 and press X, it'll swap it to blend, and then it can swap it to overwrite, blend, overwrite. Blend is averaging everything together. Overwrite is taking the largest. This does pretty much the exact same thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a ton of experience with OR gates. I just know they're completely useless. I'm curious if. So I'm gonna make this switch. This switch value 1, this one 2, and this one 3. That's 13. So this switch is 1, this is 2, this is 3. if so when I connect this, it's gonna oh my gosh, it's gonna output 3 because it's gonna take the largest value, right?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3, and then I honestly don't. Okay, this is also 3. I didn't know what it would output. Uh, I mean, if it outputted a 1, at least it would do something different, but it doesn't. It does literally the exact
The
same
exact
thing,
same thing, yeah.
Hmm.
except more space is taken up. I can't. I think I read somewhere like some example on Twitter that gave, or maybe it was on Reddit or something, that there was a niche example of like a use, but I can't think of one. So maybe chat knows. But um, a node is just an OR gate with 1 input instead of 3, but it's the same thing. Hopefully that explains why. I mean, it's
Yeah,
the same thing.
I had
Yeah,
no
it's
clue that you
literally the
could.
same thing.
I had no clue that you could actually like change it to like a blend. I mean, not that I've
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
had to
See,
use
so
it, but
it's a really nice thing.
I think I saw someone do it and it blew my mind then too.
Mhm. Say, I mean, it's all the same thing. So,
Yeah,
with
strange.
with calculators, you can actually there's overwrite. So you know what overwrite is, right? Largest value. Blend is the average. So 0 to 0. The average is 0.67. That hopefully makes sense.
Mm.
Maybe this is a better example. The average should be 2, I think. Yeah. So the average of 1, 2, and 3 is 2. Um,
Hmm.
1 plus 2 plus 3 divided by 3
Yeah.
is that's yeah, okay. Um, but then there's modulate. So some things have a third what do you want to call it? Wire blend option. So you'll get this option when you're putting it into something that you can change the number of. So what does this do? It takes, I believe, the largest value. Well, I mean, we can just read it. The value will be multiplied. Yeah, it takes the largest value and multiplies it by whatever this value is. So we're just gonna leave it plus 0. So if I take 2, it spoiled the answer. 2 times the largest value. So
Yeah.
2 times 3 is 6, 2 times 2 is 4, 2 times 1 is 2. So that's a third option. Did you know about that one?
I had no idea that existed.
No? Okay, yeah,
I
there you
had
go.
an understanding, but no, not really.
So this is really nice. It's basically good for saving gadgets. Let's be honest. It's kind of like because you can literally just add a multiplier calculator to do literally the exact same thing. So it just saves a gadget basically.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
so like instead of having a multiplier, you can modulate this, right? So I can do the same thing times 2. See, so now we don't need a calculator. But again,
Gotcha.
it's just kind of an optimization thing.
Hmm.
Maybe chat can come up with a reason why it's necessary, but I don't know. I can't think of one on the spot.
So, guys, I want you to understand that I am going to be asking questions, and you're going to wonder how I don't know these things. But what was the benefit in that last example for using a node? Like, what does a node
Uh,
do?
we remember the OR gate. We were comparing it to an OR gate. Oh, what does a node do? That's your sure.
I was about to
So
be real confused.
sure. So I mean, essentially, a node is just a thing to pass wires through.
Why
I
would
don't
you
really
need
know how
to?
else to explain it. So like that's literally you use it to pass wires through it. So we're combined. That's a
Like, why would you pass it through
Because
that
no,
to
I've
connect to
just
something on the other end? Like, when you could
yeah,
just connect it to that other thing anyway.
yeah.
Yep. There is 2 examples. There are two examples that I can think of. The first example is logic neatness, and the second example is to turn off a signal. So let's go for logic neatness first because that should be easier to understand. Um, we have 3 number displayers. You know what? It's easier to just do this. we have 3 wonderful switches in this microchip, and we want these switches to turn them on. All right. So, yeah, why not just wire them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. This works, right? But you get these 3 outputs. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it's kind of it can get messy. Like multiply this by 10. Like there's going to be 30
Yeah.
wires coming into this.
Yeah.
Actually, this wasn't a great example. Sorry. This is a better example. My bad. Okay, so you still get the 3 inputs, right? This one switch.
Yep.
So how do you make that neater? And again, multiply it by 10. There'd be 30 wires. So one way to do this, or well, in my opinion, the way you should be doing this is input it with a node. So this wire goes into a node and then it hooks into the switches.
Okay.
So now there's only one thing going into this. And this pattern, this situation appears so much. It appears so much. Always if you have one wire going into multiple things inside a chip, always pass it through a node. Always. Unless you're so strapped on thermo that you need that node. But that's again, that is a very it's only when I'm making logic basically where that's going to be an issue. So don't worry about the extra thermo that this one node takes for the most part. But
Okay.
if you do need to worry about that, you probably aren't going to gain anything from this stream at all. So as in like that's super high level stuff. So yeah, does that make sense? Why
Yeah,
this
that makes
node?
perfect sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the other reason? And we can actually build onto this. The other reason is to stop a wire's signal. Just like turn it off, right? So by inputting a wire into the node's power. Let's do this. So we can this signal's still on, and then turning this node off just like stops it. It's like a dam stopping a river kind of thing. The river is the data in this. Yeah, so that's the other example.
Super interesting, yeah.
We can take it even farther. Hold on. So we can do it wirelessly with a keyframe. That's and this is something that I do, not like a lot, but this is definitely something I do. So, and then like it probably wouldn't be a switch. It would probably be some other logic. But so this is how you can like wirelessly stop logic, right? All right. So what were we gonna say?
So it's essentially like an adapter, and having control of each plug within that adapter, essentially.
I'm not sure. What do you mean by adapter?
Yeah, it's probably
The outlet?
Yeah.
It's like you have a lamp plugged into the outlet and you turn off the outlet. Right? Is that
Yeah.
Sure. That kind of a tortured metaphor. Yeah, sure. It's
Oh boy.
The way you said it, the way you said it,
melting.
I thought you were trying to say like, or using something that was very like a very British thing.
Yeah.
Like
it might be. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how it came off to me. It was like what do they call adapters? Like
yeah, I'm not sure.
That's literally what was going through my brain. Like, what do they call an adapter? Like, I don't even know what your terminology for it is. Like, imagine having a plug and you need more plugs, so you plug this thing in that has more plugs on it.
Yeah, power strip.
Oh, a power strip.
A power strip. Okay, that's what we call it an adapter.
Yeah. Okay. This node is the power strip. This switch is the outlet. We've plugged the power strip into the outlet, and we are switching the power strip on and off. Yes, exactly. And these are lamps. Yes. Okay, we're there. We got there. We got there.
We got through the barrier of our language. That's
I was helpful in every part but the logic. But no, it does make sense though. Yeah.
So how is this like an AND gate? I'm reading chat. How is this like an AND gate? So it's a little bit different. This is like an AND gate because we can do this instead. So let's replace it with AND gate. What would it look like if this was an AND gate? And yeah, it is like a better AND gate. So this and this, basically. Or, I mean, actually, yeah, it would be that. So it's the same thing, technically, but you can't really keyframe on input B. And I mean, you can, but yeah, so that's what they mean by a better AND gate.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, then I guess I'll keep going with questions before we move into section 2, which is the actual applying logic.
Section 2, yeah, that's going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
You should.
No.
I'll build whatever you want me to build.
No, the problem, part 3 is where we get into trouble and embarrass
part 3
ourselves.
is going to be interesting. Yeah.
So, like, what's something that you see other experienced logicians do that you might find inefficient? Is there any like technique? Yeah.
All right, you want me to shit on other people's logic?
I don't. No. I want people to. The reason I ask this is because we've already established that everybody has their own way, and that there is no right or wrong way, but there can be a more efficient way. And so, if you see something that's inefficient, that I guess it would be the person would be able to say like, okay, I think this is what they were talking about. There might be a better way to do it. Now, this isn't a very simple question. So
yeah, there's a lot of things I can call out. One thing, I'm gonna let's talk about something that's kind of like a nitpick of mine, but it's honestly it can be improved. Just because your wires have a bunch of wired nodes, that does not mean your logic's neat, and it does not make it more readable. All right. This is so I see all the time, man. Just a bunch of wire nodes all over the place, and which it depends. It can be neat, but at the same time, I've seen if you do this, that does not mean your logic is not neat. I'm specifically talking about the logic that like, oh man, there's gadgets all over the place, and the logic, it doesn't flow. You know what? This is less about wire nodes, and it's more about logic flowing left to right. It is so important to make your logic flow left to right. Why? Because almost every gadget in Dreams works from left to right. So if you're like making your logic flow left to right, right to left, up down, like everywhere, and then you're like, all right, well, it's messy, so I'm gonna use wire nodes to neaten it. Like, so the wire nodes, yeah, I guess they help a little bit, but they're kind of just shining a turd. It's the back of a letter. So, okay, sometimes it's unavoidable. This is not a great example. All right. I could show a better example. Oh, you can't even see my freaking screen. So I was just playing with myself there. This is an interesting example. So this is logic that no one was ever meant to see, but in general, wow. Even though it looks like a crazy mess, I did not plan on showing this. It, for the most part, flows left to right. This is not a great example. Yeah, you know what? It kind of is a good example. Left to right. Everything it goes
on green right
it
now.
goes left. It goes left to right. This is not a bad. I should leave this. I'm not gonna lie. I should leave this.
Just the
this
amount
is not
of
a good
things
example. This
that.
is a very, very bad example. Let's go into. I don't have a plain example, so I'm just going through my crap.
Exactly, Cynic.
Yeah. Everything goes left to right. My rule of thumb is that that was the neural network car, which should not have been seen by anyone. It is remixable though. My rule of thumb is for the 99, maybe 95% of cases, you shouldn't even need wire nodes. It should just you should be able to use the wires automatic curving, and it should be readable from that. If you need wire nodes because your logic is going from right to left and you're doing that a lot, you should spread your logic out. So even this, the only please God, let me. Okay. Um, this is moving left to right. I literally just stacked them because it was just to save space, but everything is moving left to right. I don't need, actually, I think I have an accidental wire node here. No, I don't. Huh. That wire is awkwardly straight. But anyway, no wire nodes, just left to right. Everything is moving left to right. Why? Why is this important? So you can read it. So you can actually read it. So someone else can read it. So you, in 1 week, can read it. You're not going to memorize what this does. You need to basically refigure it out. And if your logic is going all over the place with a bunch of wire nodes and like a crazy grid, you have to like follow like and it's just
So it's like basically reading
drives
a
me
map.
insane.
It's like a map, so you need to level it out right so the map is easy to read.
It's like reading English, but not left to right. It's like reading English in a maze, or it could be like sure, like a map, but it just left to right. It's
Well,
like
it makes perfect sense. I completely see where you're coming from.
So this is and there's a ton of but I don't want to shit on people too much. Now it like if you give me examples, I can pick it apart, but that's my one pet peeve of one of my pet peeves of complicated logic. Like so does that make sense? Does that
that makes sense.
Oh my lord.
Oh God, what is
still?
Wow.
I mean, it's still generally left to right. You don't see So okay, here this is a good example actually. There's a single wire node because this logic needed to communicate with this. So I use the wire node so I can easily follow it. Look what it looks like without it. The wire's going through everything. So but like if you this is in my opinion this is fine, right? Because it's just one piece of logic going backwards. It's unavoidable, but yeah, I mean even this it is relatively readable. Like obviously just looking at it you're not going to know what it does, and that's completely fine. But why is it readable? Because I could literally like step through it gadget by gadget pretty easily and tell you what it does. I assume you don't want that. But just for anyone curious, this is the logic that allows you to place items in slots. That's all. We're not going to go into it anymore, but unless you want to.
It's just all the wires. It just makes me nauseous.
I know. You're not supposed to know it. That's not why I'm showing you. When I say readable, I don't mean like you know what it does by just looking at it. You have to read it, right? But a lot of logic isn't readable, which is like, it's stressful.
So I mean, my only last question was like what's a gadget that shouldn't be used as much? But I feel like you already answered that.
Did I? What is that?
I don't know. The node thing seemed to really get you in a
you should use nodes. You should not use OR gates. Yeah.
No, but I thought you said people use like what's a gadget that shouldn't be used as much?
Yeah, shouldn't be used as much.
And I feel like I feel like when you were going into nodes and like using nodes for like to
wire nodes. Wait.
Yeah.
You know what I mean when I say there's wire nodes and then there's nodes.
Yeah.
Wire nodes aren't the wire yeah. So yeah. You should, in my opinion, you should put your logic together in a way that doesn't need them as much as possible, if that makes sense. Yeah. But as for a gadget, that's a good question. A gadget that's overused. I don't know. That chat. What do you? Yeah. I honestly can't think of one. I don't really see a lot of people's logic, but compared to most people, I guess I do see more people's logic.
Probably.
So,
for someone that uses logic, for someone that uses logic as much as you do, and your understanding of logic in general, is there a type of gadget that you think could be created to simplify logic more than what it currently is?
That's a great question. I haven't put much. I've put a lot of thought into it, but not. I don't have anything on the top of my head. Let's think. So a gadget that could simplify what there already is. Um, I mean, this update with the wide calculator, that is very nice. So with the wide calculator, it's basically a calculator with 10 inputs. So you can do a lot more with just a single gadget. Oh, and then the vector stuff. Oh my god. So that, I mean, there's that, but that's actually coming to Dreams. Um, I, I mean that I want scripting. I want to make custom gadgets, but that's kind of too much for your question. Oh man, it's a little overboard. I feel like
He's
I
like,
should have an answer for this. I want I want exclusive gates to be able to cycle forwards and backwards. Currently, they can only cycle forwards. I know you guys probably have no idea what I'm saying right now, but
yep.
someone knows what I'm talking about. I don't want to get into it though. That's a great question. I'm so sorry I don't have a better answer
That's
for it.
fine.
But that's. Do you guys have anything?
You're asking me, right? The one that asked the question originally, because I have no idea.
I'm trying to
how it
stall. I'm trying to
works.
stall.
Well, I'm asking chat what they want to see you build. Like, as
Yeah, get ready for
examples.
part 2. Does chat have any other questions? And yeah, Jamie, that is honestly a really good question.
Don't worry, think about it. Come back to me later.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Oh, I will think about it. A gadget that simplify things, yeah. But I know chat has had some questions that. Well, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. I know somebody. Okay, Jet Yeti was asking.
Oh,
I was what an XOR gate is used for.
yeah, we can go over it really quickly again.
Okay.
Nope. There we go. So, what does an XOR gate do? It outputs. So you know what an AND gate is, right? An AND gate outputs a 1 if every one of its inputs are on, right? See, so it only outputs a 1 if every one of the inputs are on. An XOR gate only outputs a 1 if only one of its inputs are on. Only one. So off, off, off is off. On, off is on. Off, on is on. And on is off. That sentence made no sense unless you were also watching what I was doing. So you have to watch as I'm saying that.
Yeah, this is definitely a video only episode.
Yeah. And then like with 3, only 1. Does that make sense? I have only needed it a single time. Literally a single time. But if you need it, it's here. So
props to Media Molecule for like adding a gadget that has zero use most of the time, and like they just knew that someone would need it at some point, and they added it anyway.
yeah, these are the basic. This isn't just dream stuff. This is actually like this stuff is used in like real life. The AND gate, OR gate, XOR gate, NOT gate, in like actual microchips in your computer. Like that's yeah. I'm not going to get into it. I'm vastly simplifying, but yeah, these are like real life things, which is why they're here. But yeah, they all have their use except the OR gate. So, but the only reason the OR gate doesn't have a use is because the node does the exact same thing. So
Yeah.
we have 2 OR gates basically. So.
Well, then let's get into the next part, which is
we're doing it. All right,
applying logic. So, if chat wants to see him work through logic and us ask a bunch of questions because we'll be lost, feel free to put in something you want to see him build. I kind of want to start out with the random number generator.
Sure. So, yeah, please stop me if you have any questions. I'm gonna try really hard to like explain.
We're going to be stopping quite a lot, Aecert, don't worry.
Yeah. So, by the way, everything I make, I'm gonna save into a collection and as its own element, so you guys can see this. Except this one because, well, actually, maybe this one. I've already made something like this, but Let's try to make it better.
Well, first let me
So-
ask before you even get started. What?
Sure.
Why would someone need this?
Right, because we have the randomizer, right?
Yes.
So a custom random number generator. Why do we need this? The randomizer generates a random number from 0 to 9. So with 10 ports, A is 0, B is 1, C is 2, etc. So if we get a number displayer, we're going to output the active port. This is, again, A is 0, B is 1, etc. This is just the number, right?
Yeah.
Starts at 255. Kind of weird, not gonna lie. But once we play, it'll generate a number. So 4, 9, like, right. This is exactly what we expected. A custom one is nice for getting numbers that aren't integers, that are getting numbers that are a bigger range than just 0 to 9. Yes, you can chain these together and do some weird stuff. I don't want to do that right now though, because it's annoying. So that's why it's useful. This gadget is pretty limited, again, without doing like hacky chaining of like randomizing the ones place, randomizing the tens place, combining that. It's weird. It's not that weird, but
Karsten said a 10-sided dice. So yeah, if you wanted to put something like a 10-sided dice in a game, this would be kind of what you'd use to create that.
If it's a 10-sided die, wouldn't it be 1 to 10? So you would just use this, right? There'd be no reason to have a custom one. Oh, okay. Is that what they're saying? Right. Okay. So let's go over that. So
yeah.
This is 0 to 9, right? We want it 1 to 10. How would we do that? It's pretty obvious once you realize you just offset it by 1. You just add 1 to the output. So add 1. So now instead of 0 to 9, it's 1 to 10. So there's your 10-sided die. It's kind of hard to demo this because it's random, but
yeah.
Right. So what if you want 1 to 11? Like it's annoying. It's really annoying to have to chain these together. So there's another gadget, and now we're going to get into the custom one. There's another gadget that outputs random numbers. It's the signal generator. This is not random. Hopefully that's obvious. Let's do the output here. We're gonna just I guess we can move this up. Okay. This is not random. This is a signal. It's like a sine wave or something. But you can actually change the max value range and the min value range to be not just 1. You can make it like 0 to 1. You can, and then the min value range 0. Oh my gosh. 0 to 1. So instead of going from 0 to 1 to 0 to 1, it goes from a random number 0 to 1 to a random number 0 to 1. So essentially, it's just going to random numbers over and over and over. So does that, and it's kind of weird, but does that make sense? And if it doesn't, it's okay. I feel like my explanation wasn't great, but makes sense, right? Yeah. So like random number, random, every second it's going to a different random number. Now every frame it's going to a different random number. And this is kind of the random number generator, right? Obviously it's from 0 to 1. So to just change the range, you just make this number, I don't know, 55. So now, okay. Now it's from 0 to 55. You could do whatever range you want. So, and now your question is like, all right, how do you get it to stop? Like, how do you actually choose a random number? There are a couple of different ways. I wonder if you could like stop this in the gadget. I don't think you can though. So we're going to use a signal manipulator to kind of, to literally freeze the value. So here's another gadget that we're looking at. The signal manipulator, it manipulates signals, all right? But what we're going to use it for is this little button right here, freeze output. Mm-hmm. So it takes the current signal that's going through it and stores it and freezes it. So if we freeze it right now, it's going to be stuck at 0 because nothing was going through it. Unfreeze, refreeze. This is still going crazy, but it's stored the value that was in it when I pressed this button. So yeah, I mean that it's kind of, you know how with the randomizer you input a value and it randomizes?
Yes.
This is kind of like the opposite. It's randomizing, and then you input a value and it like freezes. So it's a little bit different to use, but you can still definitely make it work. So what I like to do personally is have a timer, set it to 0.1 seconds, and freeze after 0.1 seconds. And this is going to be generating the random number. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
But,
did I go too fast? What's up?
Go back to the to the timer. And I'm just trying to see what you grabbed.
Oh yeah, sure,
Okay,
sure. So timer.
okay.
Sorry, I assumed you knew what a timer was, but don't take that the wrong way. So
Assume nothing,
the timer.
sir.
Yeah. I'm taking the timer. I'm setting the target time to 0.1 seconds, which is about
Yeah.
3 frames. It's literally 3 frames. And then the timer finished signal. So it will constantly output a signal once the timer finishes. The timer auto plays. So you don't need to actually put a signal into this. It just plays automatically when you start time.
Okay.
So that's what's happening there. And when the timer's finished, it's turning on freeze output. Now we can take this a little bit farther. Maybe you only need this random number one time. You don't need this logic after this signal is frozen. You don't actually need it anymore. Actually, I do. Before we do that, hold on. I want to try something. If I do this, is it gonna be random? Ooh, that's nice. Okay, so we're gonna do that instead. If you only need the random number one time, you can actually loop the signal back on. I want to say back onto itself, but that's not what it is. You take the signal and put it into the freeze. So the actual signal you're freezing is triggering the freeze. Are you? Does that make sense? And if it doesn't, it's completely
Yeah,
okay.
it does.
Okay, so it starts generating a number. It goes through the signal manipulator, and then it freezes itself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Delete it, still frozen. So how do we automatically delete it? We take a destroyer and we wire it in like this. Affected objects into the gadget. Take this signal, power it on. I am not entirely sure if this works with a value under 1, so let's test. I think it will. Okay, it does. So as long as this value is greater than 0, does it work with negative numbers? I don't know. Let's find out. I should know this, but like I don't know. I don't remember. I think it works. It might not. It doesn't. Yeah, there you go. So if you're randomizing a negative number, this actually won't work. So what do we have to do? It's kind of annoying, but we need to. There's a couple ways we can do this. Let's take the absolute value. All right. But what if the number we randomize is 0? If we actually, well, I guess it just won't freeze. So what is the absolute value? Basically the absolute value is if you have a negative number, you just remove the negative. So the absolute value of -1 is 1. The absolute value of 1 is 1. So, right. So we're going to take the absolute value of this value and use that to freeze it. And we're also going to use that to destroy it. So this is a little bit messy. I hate this, but you know how this triggers me. All right. So we're taking our negative number, we're taking the absolute value of it, and we're using that to freeze, and we're using that to destroy. So there you go. There's our random negative number.
Okay.
And we're destroying this. So yeah, I mean that Does this all make sense?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're destroying it, I'm assuming, to save firmware, right?
Yeah. There's no reason. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, we could save even more thermo if you really want to. Thanks for asking. So no, I'm kidding. We can keyframe on the freeze, and we're going to set the keyframe to keep changes. So what this does is whatever change is made, it stays even if the keyframe gets destroyed or powered off. Destroyed or powered off. So we're going to destroy it. Oh god, this is why I hate wire nodes. All right. Okay. This is, how do we make this neater? What if we put all of this in a chip? Well, okay, let's demo it first. So what's happening here? Well, we don't need this wire anymore, right? Because we're keyframing the freeze on now. We're keyframing it on with keep changes, and then we're destroying it. So it still works. And all of this logic is now gone. We generate a random number, it stores itself in here, and we just destroy everything else. So this is kind of, there's nowhere else I can really go with this to generate a single random number. But well, we can make it neater. So I mean, we can just put all this crap in a chip, right? And then just destroy the chip. Oh, there is one more thing I want to cover though. Oh my god, this is so, whatever. This is fine. So there you go. What if, so this is where destroying logic gets a little annoying. If this chip is snapped on to anything, this destroyer will destroy the entire thing.
Oh no.
Okay? This chip has, not just this chip, the chip this destroyer is in, and every chip that it's like a part of needs to be unconnected to any object. And then it'll destroy. So when we're talking about destroying logic, that is really, really important. Cool. So you just got a lesson in random number generation with the signal manipulator, keep changes keyframe, destroying logic, the absolute value, knowing that negative numbers doesn't actually power on logic, and this annoying interaction. So there you go. Do you remember any of it? Could you rebuild this?
No.
That's all right.
I think I could do some of it.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, it's one gadget at a time, right? So grab the signal manipulator or signal generator, and then maybe the signal manipulator. Hopefully you can like wire it into the freeze. And that, I mean, let's be honest, like I'll undo that. But this is really all you need, right? As long as you're generating a positive number.
Yes.
This is,
and then
this is
if
really...
not, you need the calculator and the absolute value.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's two gadgets, all right. But yeah. So we're gonna save this and add it to a collection.
I'm so glad my face is like small on the broadcast because of all the faces I'm making. I'm just like,
I'm so glad that I don't have a face at all.
Yeah.
Hey, let me know if I'm going too fast.
No, you're not. You're not. Like,
no, look, as you're presenting it, it makes perfect sense. It's just the fact of being able to replicate it is what would be the issue.
He's crossing the wires. Yeah, I know. Being able to replicate it, right? And that's why I'm saying it. Two gadgets: signal manipulator, and signal generator. And then from there, I hope you can figure it out. If you can't, message me, I guess. Or just go to this element, honestly.
So Insane Alpha Beta asked, what reason would someone have to generate a negative number?
I don't know. What? You tell me. That's a dumb question. No, I'm kidding. Dude,
what is with you in Insane Alpha Beta?
Why do you need the generated number at all? Like, I don't know. Wait, is that like a troll question? I don't know, dude.
You two
Why
honestly
do you need to do
keep
anything?
going. Every time you two are together, y'all know it's
no philosophical question.
So
Oh,
MC
God.
Alchemist said, "What's the easiest way to extend a selector?"
Sure, we can build a custom selector. That's a good. Well, actually, we can also extend a selector. I hate doing that, but just because it looks so dumb. But yeah, we can do that.
Mm.
That's a great question. Because
See
a
a
lot
few
of
ways.
people, including me, are annoyed that the limit is 10. So give me a second though.
Do you daisy chain it like a power strip? Is that
Yeah. Yes. I can't tell if you're joking, but the answer is yes.
No, I don't know. Look, one of my friends tried to teach me programming a long time ago, and he was like going through trying to show me something, and I was like, "Well, why don't you do it like that?" And he was like, "Well, let me show you. It won't work." And then it worked, and he was like, "Well, you know what? Screw it." And that was the end of my programming lesson. I don't know.
That's funny.
So yeah, I mean, basically, that was my first guess of extending a selector was to daisy chain it like a power strip.
Yeah. So selector goes to 10, right? It's similar to the random number generator we looked at. 0 to 10. What if you want more than 10? So how do you do this? It's really freaking annoying. Let's set up a quick demo here. So we're going to do remote controllable. I assume you know this. Remote controllable means you don't have to possess it for the controls to work.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do, I don't know. Let's do R1 and L1, I guess. So R1 makes it go forward, L1 makes it go backwards, and we are going to output the current port just so we can see what's happening. Actually, we don't have to because it changes here. All right.
Yeah, this is
so
one I actually built to make an answering machine.
So I don't know what that means, but
no, I basically was trying to figure out how to make an answering machine button in a game I was making, and I was like, I want it to go through the messages.
There you go. So
basically I was using actually
what if you want something. But Mighty, what if you want 11? What do you do? Tell me. What would you do? We're going to part 3. We're a little preview of part 3. What would you do to make this selector have more outputs? You said chain them.
Yeah. Now, how you would go about chaining?
Would you chain J to A?
No.
No? Okay.
He was like, and I'll disappear back into the darkness now.
Yep, I'm gone.
So, if you...
I don't know what that would accomplish. No offense. Oh, can you see my screen? Yeah, you can see my screen. Yeah, you're close. You're on the right track, sort of.
See, I thought when it got to J, that Y would move to the next one, and it would just start scrolling through that one. I don't know.
Something maybe J powers on the next one. I'm trying to get you there. Is there what else do we need to do though? So we get to J, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we want to like kind of continue to the next one. So how do we make this one work when we get to J on this one?
You could now I know nothing.
We actually covered this earlier on the stream. So
what if we stopped the controls from the first one and made them active on the second one?
You know something. You know something.
I did something.
So we're gonna use nodes to do that. All right. We're there's a bunch of ways we could do that. Like we could use a second controller sensor, but I would highly recommend not doing that. So we're gonna use nodes, and oh god, L1 is this way, and then we're going to pass these signals through another set of nodes. So we have two sets of nodes here. There's probably a bunch of ways I can do this, but so yeah, let's do this just so it's a little bit neat. So we only have to power on one thing. I want to build it out before I explain it really quick. Okay. All right, so we're passing our controls through this microchip and this microchip. When we get to J, we want the controls of this one to turn off and this one to turn on. I guess we could leave this powered on, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh.
So right now, they're both activating, right? Yeah, keyframe. Yeah, sure. Right now, they're both... Oh, I need to play. Right now, they're both... There we go. Oh. They're reversed. Okay. So I expected these to move at the same... Yeah, like that. We only want this one to move once this one's in J. So when this is in J, we want to keyframe... We want this one to turn on, and we want this one to turn off. Okay? So this will go one way. So see how it's going down, and then we go to J, and then this one goes down. But now we're stuck in this one. So how do we get out of this one? Hopefully we can figure this out.
I guess do it backwards, right?
Yeah.
So that when the second one gets to J, you keyframe it to turn the other one back on.
Yes, it loops back on itself.
We just need to break out of J, right? So because once we break out of J, it'll unkeyframe. I think this will work. Admittedly, I haven't tested this, but
Johnny Biscotti says there's got to be a better way.
There is. So here we're kind of skipping over A, and we're not skipping over this one, I guess. So it's hacky, but it technically kind of works. So how do we not skip over? Yeah, look at that. It skips over A.
It does.
I guess like once we enter J, we can like turn this off for a frame. This is kind of how you do it. I'm not going to keep going with this because I hate this. I absolutely hate this. All right.
Sharfik says better way is to use counter and timeline.
Thanks for spoiling it. All right. So we're going to make our own selector. All right. The only reason we were doing that is because someone asked like how you chain that together. And to be honest, that wasn't, I mean, I did it, but it wasn't working very well. We were skipping over A of the first one. We're going to make a custom selector, all right? And we're going to use a timeline to do that. A timeline and a counter. So why? Basically, the counter acts as what is it called? I always forget what it's called. The index or whatever? The active port. So 1 is the first port being active. 0 is the first port being active. And the target count is how many ports. So let's say 20 ports. 0 is port A, 1 is port B active, 2 is port C, etc. I want to make this 20. So how do we do that? Each frame of the timeline is going to represent a port, all right? We're going to set the clock time to beats. You do not have to do this, but I like doing this. We're going to shrink it down using L1 and then left D-pad all the way down. The reason we turn it to beats is because each frame is numbered. If it wasn't beats, it would be weird. So, yeah. Okay, so each frame's numbered. We want 20 frames. I'm going to put it to 20. I mean, sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right. You just have to check. So how do you check? We're going to put the current count into the playhead position. That's wrong. I'm sorry. We're going to put the count progress. We're going to put the count progress into the playhead position. The playhead position takes in a number from 0 to 1. The count progress outputs a number from 0 to 1. It converts the progress of the current count into a value of 0 to 1. For example, 10. Tell me, what is 10 out of 20 for the current count? What would that output? If you don't know, it's completely okay. But what is 10 out of 20 converted to 0 to 1?
0.5.
Yes, exactly. So 0.5. See how it's right in the middle?
Yeah.
Maybe a better example just for a demo is slider into the playhead. So it takes a value from 0 to 1. See?
Yes.
What happens if we input 2? It just sticks at the end. So it ignores this. So we only care 0 to 1. And that's why the count progress is perfect for that. So how do we check if this is set up right? We want for every current count number, we want the playhead to perfectly line up with a frame. And it does. So what does it look like when it's wrong? See how it's like a little bit off? See how it's off? So look, I just keep trying stuff until it's right. That's what I do. But generally, if you have 20 of the target, if you have a target of 20, put it to 20. And then it'll be right on. So okay, I mean this is the foundation, right? We're changing the current count, and then our custom selector is going to a specific frame. And now whatever you do from here depends on what you want. It does not loop. All right. This is the one thing where, yes, you could add logic to make it loop, but this is the one thing where it is worse than a real selector. It does not loop around. There are ways you can make it loop, and I can go over that if you want. But yeah, so yeah, and I will.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh no, I was gonna say yeah.
Yeah, okay. But okay, so what do we do from here? I mean, my switch example. So let's say you want port, I don't know, and you could put anything in this. You could put logic in this. You could put microchips in this. I'm just gonna do, I don't know, maybe a keyframe, which feels kind of natural. Wait, we can do a keyframe. We can do a NOT gate. We can do I don't know, because yeah, the NOT gate supplies like an on signal. Keyframe. Oh my goodness. Powers this on. I mean, we could put it directly in here. Like I don't know. You can do whatever you want with this. So in this example, port 0 and port 3, I believe, will power these on. So oh, it did not. That's weird. Oh, let's see why not. Oh, I just went the wrong way. Okay. So port 0 turns this on. 3 turns this on. Let's display the current port because it's kind of confusing otherwise. There you go. So again, 0 turns this on, 3 turns this on. I mean, it's just like a selector, right?
Yeah.
How do we? So, any questions so far? I mean, it's two gadgets, right, for the custom selector. How do we make it loop? How do we make it loop? I'm trying to think of the best. There's tons of ways you can do this. What's up?
Karsten said, would reset on timeline in suffice?
No, because the counter is directly controlling the timeline. Now, maybe, I mean, all right, wait, what? Are you saying on-end trigger? I mean, maybe the on-end trigger resetting the counter. But I don't, yeah, I mean, but it doesn't loop the other way. So actually that solves looping forwards. Yeah, we should be, does it though? Can we get to 20? I don't think this gets to 20. Yeah, it skips 20.
Yeah.
So let me think about this, because looping forward's relatively easy. Looping backwards is kind of annoying. Is there, instead of a counter, can we use, now let's just use a counter. I think this will work. So what do we want to happen when it loops? Or what is looping? When this counter is 20, the next time you press the plus button, it should go to 0, right? So, and this, I mean, we might get to see some debugging here, unless I do it perfectly the first try. If the current count equals, I like doing it this way. If the current count equals 20, and you press this button, and I don't think this will work, but I'll show you. It might work. I don't know. And you press the plus button. Reset the timer. I have a feeling this is going to skip
Well, you see,
1.
that looks like it makes perfect sense to me.
It does, right? But it might skip 20, it might skip 1. I don't know. Let's try it. Oh, did that actually work? We got to loop all the way back around. So 19, 17, 18, 19. See, okay.
Yeah.
So going to 20. Yeah. So let's try to fix this. My initial thought is that maybe because this isn't a pulse, like you can hold it, it's carrying over. So let's try pulsing. Let's just pulse the actual input or output or whatever you want to call it. Let's try this. I still feel like this won't work, but it might. I don't know. Still didn't work. That's okay. That's okay. Why? Why isn't this working? The signal that pushes it to 20 is also
yeah.
resetting, which is really freaking annoying. How do we solve this? We don't want this wire to activate until we've been on 20 for at least a frame. So, does that make sense before I
No,
continue?
that makes sense to me.
It does. Okay. So, how do we make sure we've been on 20 for at least a frame? We use a timer. We set the timer to 1 frame. Let me not speed through that. 0.033 is a single frame. So if we set the target, I know it says 0, but if we set the target time to 0.033, all right, this timer will be 1 frame. Now, if we, you know what, let's set it to 1 for now so you can actually see what's happening. This is my way. I don't know if anyone else does this. I do this all the time of making a timer of doing this check. If we so this calculator is checking if we're 20, right? So if we're 20, if we put this output into the reset and the power, what is going to happen here? And then put the timer finished into the AND gate instead. If we're 20, this timer will reset and then power on and then play. If this turns off for any reason, it'll just power off. And then the next time it powers on, it will reset. So what this is doing, what this setup does is basically it makes sure you are on 20 for this amount of time before it outputs. So see how I'm going to 19 and then I'm going back to 20 and the timer resets. So this is only outputting 1. That was confusing. This is only outputting the timer finish signal if the current count equals 20 for 1 second. It has to be that for at least 1 second. Then it outputs 1. How about just 1 frame? So now it needs to be 20 for at least 1 frame before this outputs a signal. I'm going to follow my own advice here and stretch it out a little bit. So this equals 20 for at least 1 frame, and you press L1. The thing is, now this L1 press will not happen at the same time
as that.
As it first hits 20. So I mean, I'm pretty sure this will work now. 19, 20, 0. There you go. So now we're not skipping 20. Now we need to go the other way. There's no reset we can't just set it to the max, right? There's no reset input. So it's going to be a little bit more annoying. It's not that annoying, let's be honest, because of a keep changes keyframe, but we'll get there. So we're looping forward. What if we want to loop backwards? Right. So it's the same kind of thing. But first, let's put this in a chip. It's one thing. This is looping backwards, so maybe we put all the looping backwards stuff in a single chip. Okay. Now we want to loop, I'm sorry, looping forwards. Now we want to loop backwards. If the current count equals 0, that's not 0. If the current count equals 0 and you press R1, let's make this a pulse, by the way.
Can you just quickly explain why you're making it a pulse?
Yeah, so if you hold it, it's just honestly because we have this, because I mean it doesn't have to be, but if you hold it, it'll just skip right over 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So actually, we do need it to be a pulse. I can show you. So we're skipping over the pulse. Let's go. So 19. I'm just gonna hold it. See, but now I'm holding it and it's still not counting up.
Yeah.
Now maybe we could get into making it so holding it does make it count up, but maybe not yet. So that's why we make it a pulse. So looping backwards. If it equals 0 for at least one frame, I mean, maybe I literally just say for at least one frame. That's what this does. I don't label my logic like this, but I mean, maybe for this I should. So if it equals 0, and this is the English, right? English to logic.
Yeah.
If it equals 0 for at least one frame, and we press R1, this is where it gets tricky. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? So for someone that's new, that doesn't really
subtract.
Like,
by
what's the
frame.
naive solution, right? Like, what if we want to input the value 0 into the current count, right? I mean that makes sense, right? We're putting we're setting the current count equal to 0. The problem, well, let me show you. Let me show you what happens. So, oh my gosh, why isn't it working? I don't understand. Would a new person would say?
That's what I would say. Yeah.
Not an Aecert.
So guys,
not an Aecert. No, a jammy
we're
would.
constantly setting this to 0. It's just constantly setting to 0. There's no way to like shut this wire off. It's just always 0 now. It's trying so hard, but it's just always 0 unless you destroy the wire. And then does that make sense? So yes, you've successfully set it to 0, but there's no way to like disable the wire. So what do we do? Do you guys know?
I mean, would you be able to do it by setting a counter that basically takes the frame and basically sets -1 to it? Guys,
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure what
I'm
you
stupid. Because it's basically counting each frame going upwards.
Yes.
Like you're moving. So if you were to make it so that it basically reduces by 1 instead by using, I guess, another counter.
So have a second counter. Oh man. I don't want to say no. I don't want to say no because I don't know. I don't know. That's not the direction I was going. So I don't want to say it's a trick question, but it's a trick. I would say it's a trick. I would consider this a trick. We're going to pulse on a keyframe that sets it to 0. And if we make it keep changes, the change will be kept.
Literally that simple.
And if this doesn't work, I'm going to feel like an idiot, but I'm pretty sure this works. I'm like 80% sure.
Keyframes. Okay.
Oh, wait, it worked. Oh, wait, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm sorry. We're going backwards. We're setting it to 20. My bad. Did you guys catch that? All right, we're going backwards. We're setting it to 20. So, oh my gosh. We're at 20. Obviously, looping forwards works. Does looping backwards work? It does. It is that simple. We are pulsing. So think about it this way. We are wiring in the value 20. We are wiring in the value 20 for one frame. This is the way to think of the keyframe setting it to 20 as a wire. because that's actually what it is behind, like in the code. Not that that really matters, but this is a little bit more advanced. But so this is what we're doing. But remember, we have no way. Hold on. Okay. We have no way to disable this. So actually, why doesn't this work? Remember, it's the same issue. We have a value of 0 going into it constantly. We're stuck at 0. We're stuck at 0. By using a keyframe that does exactly this, and I'm not going to keep changes to show you what happens when I do that. There's no wire. There's technically no wire until we power it on. Needs to be keep changes. So the changes are kept, right?
Yeah.
And there you go. Does that make sense? This trick it's niche, but it's very helpful when you need it. It's very helpful when you need it. So here's your looping custom selector.
Okay, this is my problem with logic, right? I totally get everything that you've just said.
Fantastic.
And it all makes sense right now.
You can just stop talking right there.
I'm going to forget.
I'm good. Just period.
Minutes,
You're good. No, what's up? What's up? I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say, but keep going.
My issue is there is so much, like, to me, that looks like so much logic and so much work for something so simple as a counter that goes.
Hold on. Is it simple? Is this simple? Actually, like, honestly?
No.
To make a looping so we're adding looping to a gadget that doesn't have it. I would argue that's not simple. I would also argue that our solution isn't complicated. It's like what?
Yeah, but 10, imagine like
gadgets?
to someone that doesn't do logic and say, okay, I just want to make a counter that pressing R1 goes up to 20 and it loops back on itself. To see the amount of stuff that's had to go in to make that happen,
that's a good
seems
point.
excessive. Do you see what I'm saying?
Easier said than done. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yep. And it's the frustrating part is we have something like that, but it only goes to 10. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So, but this is how you do it. Let's take it one step further. Not one step further. Let's talk about how you would change it just really quick for anyone that wants to. So what if you want it to be 30? What if you want it to be 30? Change the counter to 30. That's hopefully obvious. Change the timeline to 30 frames. Okay? Really quick, just always should make sure if they line up. And it does. Good. And finally, the looping. If it equals 30, and actually, I don't know why I did this. It should be if the counter's full, not if it equals 30. If the counter's full. I mean, it does the same thing, right? But this way we don't have to change the number every single time. So if the counter's full, let's just, oh God. Okay, counter full, bam. All right, good. So now we don't have to change this at all. And then looping backwards. If it equals 0, that's fine. We need to change this keyframe to 30, right? There's no avoiding that. So that's how you increase the size. Obviously, decreasing would be the same thing. So there you go. There's your looping selector. Maybe we can neaten this. Any questions before I maybe like neaten this up a little bit and then publish it?
No. I'd have to definitely go through it.
Yeah, and that's fine. Hey, it's gonna be a public element.
I'd need to look at it like 50 times.
Of course, no, and that. There's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully, it's made in a way that you can follow. I mean, I'm neatening it up right now, so. Let's see. So we're gonna do this. If you have any, I'm not gonna comment on what I'm doing right now unless you want me to. But I'm literally just using nodes and like neatening things up. Maybe I can. I don't know.
It is super interesting though to see the process of how you go through it and the different types of tools that you use to make that happen. It's super interesting.
Thanks. Yeah, and I didn't plan this beforehand. I honestly didn't know you were gonna ask me this, but I admittedly I have made something like this before, but this is the nicest one I've made, if that means anything. So we actually don't want this timeline anymore. Yes. Yeah, we'll keep the timeline, I guess. But really, all you care about is, I mean, So what I could do, I'm not going to do it, but what I could do is have a node, an output node for every single active port, and then it would literally be exactly like a selector. But it's kind of just a little extra. So this is for I don't remember. Is this for looping forward? This is looping backwards. Loop backwards. So what's the next thing so I can start thinking about it? Or maybe chat has something. Well, the list I made has some pretty cool stuff on it, but it also is kind of advanced. So I'm totally, if you want to stick with like relatively basic stuff like this, I'm probably best to be completely honest.
I actually really wanted to see the
Don't say grappling hook.
no.
Okay. Please, I don't want it.
I really now want to see a grappling hook.
No, please.
No. The race car AI.
Sure.
A car that
that's
can
a good one.
navigate a
That's a
track
good
by
that,
avoiding
that
walls.
looks insane.
Oh, wait, the neural net one or just the normal one? Please, there's a correct answer and an incorrect answer.
Then I choose correct answer.
Oh man, I'll show both. But no, what's your answer? I'm curious. Do you want to see the neural net one or do you want to see the normal one?
I would say
both.
Let's do both. Maybe being that you already have one made, it'll shorten up.
Yeah, let's start off with the simplest one, and then we'll see the advanced one.
The simple one, I made it in a way. I'm pretty happy with how I made it. It's like very easy to follow. Okay, is this neat enough? Does this?
Yeah, that looks super tidy now.
So, we have. Oh, hold on. This is going to be forward and backwards. Backward. All right, there you go. So here's our selector. You can go forward, backward, and have the active port. And then obviously you'll have to go in it to change it, but let's do this. So the AI car, it's basically just looking for walls and steering away from the walls. That's the idea. The norm, not the neural net one, the just the normal one. And it's implementing that is a little bit harder than it sounds, but it's basically just that. Oh my gosh. Custom selector. All right. Add this to the... We got to do this live. Because otherwise I'm going to forget. All right. There you go. I didn't change the picture, but that's fine. I can do that later. So the AI car, this is the neural net. We're not going to look at that. That's scary. Here we go. Self-driving car. This is, you can find this right now if anyone's on Dreams. So let me just play it for, we don't have to talk about, well, actually we can. Are you interested in the track that
yes, definitely.
itself too? Yeah. So, it does get stuck. But we don't talk about that. So solving that, I can't. I don't know how to. I honestly don't know how I would solve that. That's an interesting part. No. So I added for the neural net to work, I had to add these walls, and the walls actually broke it, which is kind of funny. But actually, we can change this live to yeah. So now that I added the walls, I can make this a lot simpler. Maybe we should. Okay, but anyway, how is this working? Actually, I will change this live because the walls make this significantly simpler. Without the walls, I needed to like shoot well, I mean, I can just show you. I needed to shoot, pretend the walls aren't here. You need to shoot the laser scopes down. And it's like trying to figure out where the road ends, right? With the walls, I just need to shoot one laser scope out like that. Well, okay. So I'm going to really quickly, I'm going to make this even simpler. I was kind of challenging myself by not adding the walls, but then I added them. So, you know. All right. Obviously, it needs to be the right level. Perfect. So Okay, so notice how you know if the laser scope is working if you get this little arrow thing where it first collides. So that's what you're looking for. Okay, so we have this. We want a value from 0 to 1. We don't care about the distance. We don't care about the distance. We want a value from 0 to 1. We are going to put the range to 0 and the fall off to 2 maybe. It's a little too much. And this is going to take some tweaking, but let's do 2. Let's do 1.5. Let's do 1.5. Okay. So now it's going to output a value from 0 to 1, depending on how close the hit is. So if it hits right there, it'll output a 1. If it outputs over here, it'll output a 0. Or if it doesn't hit at all, rather, it outputs a 0. And everywhere in between will output a value from 0 to 1. Let's just talk through it really quick because it's extremely simple. We take this value and we keyframe a rotator. That's it. That's it. That's the entire thing. We take how close the car is to the wall and we keyframe a rotator. Or we keyframe a mover. Or we keyframe the rotator negative instead of positive. That's the whole thing. What is this garbage? This is me generating a value from 0 to 1. So 0.1, 0.4, 0.7, 1. By shooting laser scopes down. It's stupid. All right. It's even if you don't follow that, don't worry about it. Now that we have walls on the road, we just need 1. And in fact, I don't know why I'm doing that. We're just gonna take this one. I'm using a shortcut. So to change the grid size, it's L1 and then up D-pad or down D-pad. And I'm gonna do that. Let's do something like that and that. That's not symmetrical. Holy shit. Is that symmetrical?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Good. And these 3 things are inside the car group. The chip that is moving the car group is on the very outside. It's on the very outside. If it was scoped in, it would only move the car, and these 3 things wouldn't move with it. So, uh-oh. There we go. So it's important that this chip is on the very outside, so all of it moves. Right, so the left value is going to control steering left. The right one is going to control steering right. And the forward one is going to control the power. Now, let's just play it. So it doesn't work, right? Why? Why doesn't it work? This is actually good. The reason it doesn't work because how I had it before, the higher this value output, the faster it went. It's the opposite now, right? Because think about it. If this doesn't hit anything, we want it to move faster because there's a straightaway. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the lower this number is, the faster we want it to move. So we want it to keyframe to 0 and default to full. And it should just work. Okay.
Wow.
That's fine. So what's happening? What's happening? Yeah, I'm wondering. Let me hear it. What's wrong with this? What's going on?
So it doesn't seem like it's reading ahead of itself.
Yeah.
That's one thing because it's not detecting the stop of the wall in front.
Nope.
Good.
It's a pretty. It's driving off the road before the road spawns in.
Well, it was kind of right. It wasn't.
So we need to let the road spawn in, then turn it on.
Yeah.
There you go.
But now does it? I mean, I wasn't.
No, hey, that's why I like asking because it's not a trick question. It's just like debugging. I can it's a little like I can immediately see what's wrong, but yeah. So now that we've optimized, refactored is the word I'm going to use. Let's go through it one more time. So we have a laser scope. What is a laser scope? It shoots a beam out, and it shoots a laser. All right, I don't know how else to say it. It shoots a laser, and because we're using fall off, it's outputting a value from 0 to 1. You got echo, Jamie. It's outputting a value from 0 to 1. No, you're good now. All right. It's outputting a value from 0 to 1 based on how close it hit. All right. We're taking that 0 to 1 value and we're powering on a keyframe. This keyframe keyframes this slider. This slider can go from -1 to 1. This is on the left side, so we're keyframing it to -1. So, for example, if the wall, if this outputs a 1, which means the collision is really, really, really close, it's going to make the rotator go to the left, negative. All right. Same with the right, except it makes it go to the right. I mean, it's right, and then for going straight ahead, we have it reversed. So if it hits nothing, we want it to go. If it hits nothing, we want it to go to 1, and then if the collision is all the way to here, we make it go to 0. Actually, there's an argument where maybe you want it to back up if it's running into a wall, but we're not getting into that. That's too complicated for this. And then okay, let's look at this. So the mover, we're using modulate. So we're taking this value 1 and we're multiplying it by 15. So let's say it's 0.5. Well, now it's 7.5. We hover, it's 15 times 0.5. So this way, maybe we can change the max speed. So maybe we'll want it to go slower, like 5. So now it's going to go much, much slower. But I mean, that's it. This is like very, very simple. I'm pretty proud of how simple this is and how well it actually works. Do you have any questions? Anything you want me to like mess with or? Oh, the road, right?
How's it generating the road?
Okay. This is simple, but it's also kind of complicated. So you'll notice an emitter on every single road piece, and we start with one road piece. So when we play, what's it emitting? Well, that's not a road. It's a cube. Okay. Well, we're emitting a cube. Here's a cube. This is the cube we're emitting. We'll look at that later. Basically, each road piece emits this cube at the end of each piece. Can you guess what the cube does?
I mean, other than just trigger the next set of road to go in, is it based off of some? Yeah.
Yeah, it emits another road piece.
Yeah.
Road piece spawns cube. Cube spawns road piece. Road piece spawns cube. Cubes. So that's what you're seeing here.
So let's say you had a track already.
Yeah.
Is there a way to make the car just go along the track? Like once it hits one thing, it hits like you put how would you put little checkpoints for it to hit, and then it would just do that
to spawn the road. Yeah.
Or I mean to travel the road, not to spawn it, but just like if the track was already there, could you make it so that there's like basically it? I think I saw you do this in a way with
path following.
With path following, but like would you be able to do the path following with the car?
I mean, well, the whole point of this car is it follows the road regardless of the shape, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you have the walls, it follows. But are you saying like, oh man, I mean that's a whole different thing, right?
It is because of the way you have
following.
this set up. But yeah, I mean, well, you already have a video for that up. I mean,
I do, and I have a scene.
I've watched it a couple times.
Yeah,
and it's just I've. Because remember when I was telling you like how I'll do a project and I'm like, oh, well, this will be simple. And then I find out that it's 70% logic. that I that I didn't know I was gonna need. And
If your question is, can this dynamically set up path following? Yes, the answer is yes. So basically, instead of, well, you'd still be emitting, but you'd also store the position of the end of the road. And then once the car got here, there's like a chip here, let's say. This chip would say, go to the end of the road. And it would give the car the position, and the car would just go to the position. Once it got to the end of the road position, the next piece would give the car a different position. And it would just keep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's how the path following works. In the video you watched. Okay. How do I make the road not spawn in to other roads? Right? Because you probably noticed that it wasn't.
Yeah.
See, it just stops. Now, what I could do here, by the way, is like make the road go down. I didn't bother, but I could have. So how do I do that? Exclusive gates. Yay. We are randomly select. This is the most complicated stuff we've covered today. So, and it's neat. So that's good. But bear with me. What's our challenge? What's our goal here? We need to randomly select a road piece. But what if we randomly select a road piece that doesn't fit? What do? Do we just re-randomize? Sure, that could work. So maybe we just keep randomizing until we get a road piece that fits. I mean, you can probably see issues with that. At the very least, it'll be slow. I mean, theoretically, you could technically never find a road piece that fits, so you'll just constantly be looping and stuff. But then, okay, maybe you can go, you could set the randomizer to shuffle. That's not a randomizer. You could set a randomizer to shuffle, so it always will go through every single one once. But still, that's not a good solution, in my opinion. We need to be able to randomly select a road piece, and we also need to be able to remove certain road pieces from the pool of random road pieces. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do we do that? We do that with exclusive gates. With exclusive gates, let's talk about how exclusive gates work first. Can I power this on? This is a bad example because the exclusive gates are in chips. But I guess, I mean, each chip is exactly the same. It's a randomizer in the priority and then an exclusive gate. That's the entire chip. So, okay, exclusive gates of the same name, road type, okay, only allow one signal through. Only one of them will allow a signal through. Notice how this is on, this one's off, this one's off. Mm-hmm. Only one of these is allowing the signal through. When I turn this off, what do you think will happen? With the other exclusive gates, what will happen when I turn this off? I'm wondering. So you should be able to answer this based on what I've already told you. If not, it's okay. But
well, once you turn that one off, then wouldn't it just click one of the other ones on and then the others
exactly.
off? Yeah.
See? It's important to note, these are still powered on. These are powered on, but only one of them allows a signal through. So are we? Does that make sense?
Yes.
This okay, good. So we're following. All right. Okay. Exclusive gates have a priority input. All right. What does that mean? The highest priority exclusive gate is the one that powers on. Right? So you can essentially randomly choose an exclusive gate by randomizing the priority. And the highest priority will turn on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually had to use these for the 8-bit character or the 2D character that I made. So, yeah, I get that.
So yeah. So we're random. This is a randomizer. This is equivalent to a randomizer. We're randomly setting the priorities, and the highest priority is the one that turns on. But what if a road, like each one of these, each chip represents a road, by the way. What if a road doesn't fit? So let's do a quick tangent. How am I checking if the road doesn't fit? I'm just using zones, all right? So for example, this is the straight road. Here's a zone. if this zone senses anything, it will not place. It will power off this chip, basically this chip. So, and then here's the curve. Can I show? Where's the emitter? Here's the emitter. So there's the curve. So if this zone senses anything, it will not place this curve. Okay, so that's how that's working. So let's say we can't fit this curve. This signal will be off, which means even if this exclusive gate has the highest priority, it will not turn on. Essentially removing it from the pool of exclusive gates that can be on.
Because of that, yeah.
Yeah. So, and this is all happening on frame 1, basically. Well, frame 2, because these take a frame to activate. But this is all. So this cube spawns in, and it chooses 1 immediately. So these randomize. 1 goes through, and then 0.1 seconds later, it emits. Let's slow this down a little bit. So it'll emit every second. So, whoa, that didn't emit every second. Why? Templates have to be powered off. All right. So we're ignoring the car. Can we slow it down even more? I need time to talk. All right. Every 5, so the cube spawns in. 5 seconds later, it'll turn off the exclusive gates based on the zones, removing the you're right. So you know what these zones do. It'll turn on the it doesn't turn them on, I'm sorry. It'll send signals through the exclusive gates, and then based on the randomized priority, it'll choose one of them. And again, if we're not receiving a signal, that means the road doesn't fit, and that means the exclusive gate doesn't never activates, even if the priority is the highest. I'm going to show you guys a really, really cool trick that I just recently discovered. Normally, you cannot open logic of something that's emitted. You can't. But if you take the wire output and then hover over power, you can open the logic. I just discovered this. This is a bug, but you can actually see this working now. Again, I believe this is a bug, but it is so helpful. It is so helpful. So check this out. This is not very exciting because every single one is powered on. Let's let it run a little bit until we get to a situation where that's not the case. So I'm going to put it back to 0.1. I'm going to put it to maybe 0.5. Okay. So I'm going to pause it. Oh, that I should have paused it there. There. Okay. So, oh dang, I missed it. Sorry. No, I want to pause it. You'll see what I mean. Hold on. I shouldn't have. Okay, is this good? I think this is good. So if we do the little trick and open it up, this is a good example. So notice how this zone is on. Can I actually open this zone? Oh my god, I can. That's awesome. This zone is sensing this road piece.
Yeah.
That means that the large curve can't fit. Okay, so this AND gate's off, which means this exclusive gate is not receiving a signal. So even if hypothetically this priority was the highest, it will never activate and it'll never spawn this in. So we're removing that road from the pool. Instead, it randomly chooses between this one, or this one. It happened to choose this one, right? Which is, I believe, the large curve, right? Is this going to work? Oh my god, this even works. Oh, this is a small curve left, I think. Yeah. So it chose small curve left. I'm not sure why. Whatever. Which, does that even fit? That's not a very good choice now that I think about it, because if we play, it's just, oh, wait a second, it didn't choose that one. It lied to me. All right, well, okay, that. Anyway, You get the point though. I think.
Yes.
Does that all make sense
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
my poor
Especially with the
car?
live logic demo, that bug really
Yeah,
helped us
it's
visualize
pretty
it.
freaking
Yeah.
cool, isn't it? Yeah. My poor car, my poor boy. Um, there we go. But yeah, so that is that's how this is working.
Let me see. Well, I'm gonna give it over to chat if they want to suggest something. If not, I'll do one more suggestion as far as something to build. And Dion Gamer said,
Yeah,
"I love that
it's huge.
emitter logic trick."
I need to make a video on it. I figured it out a week ago, kind of thing, like or maybe like 2 weeks ago. It was like I I got so lucky finding that. It was. Doors are always a great start for logic basics. Can add complexity with certain rules about when it cannot open. Yeah, so maybe like a door and like kind of interacting with things. That's not a bad. That's not a bad suggestion. I'm actually going to save. I am going to save this because we made some changes to it. How do you make The Witcher 3? That's a great question. So you'll start off in shutting down dreams and opening Unreal Engine, and from there go to YouTube. Figure it out.
I like how you chose Unreal instead of Red Engine.
Well, I mean, we don't have access to Red Engine, so. All right, doors. So we let's start with the door. I unfortunately have to sculpt, but it should be all right. It should be all right. Can I? Yeah.
I mean, you can just go to the Dreamiverse.
No. That's not allowed. We're making a door frame. I know I have to clarify. This is a door frame. Hopefully it won't take more than a couple seconds. All right. So we have our door frame. Now we need a door. So it's going to be a second sculpt. Maybe thinner so it I don't know. And maybe yeah, we can get into like joints and stuff. But so while I'm doing this will be a tutorial on both interacting with in-game objects as well as some sort of state machine, like a very very basic state machine. Right. So we have our door. This is fine. This is fine. So let's add a joint so it opens and closes. We don't have to. Maybe it's a sliding door, but mine is not. So. All right. And stop me if I'm going too fast, but.
No.
All right. So we have our door. It swings open and closed. Maybe you want to limit its motion. So bolts have have limits. They're kind of weird though, not gonna lie. Let's do something like this. Holy crap. There we go. Something like that. So now, oops. So now the door can't swing too far, but we didn't really need to do that. It's just helpful. All right, so the door. Where are we going to start? Let's start with an open and closed state. What is a state machine? I mean, it's a state is a. Oh God. It's a state. I'm so sorry. It's a state of being. So for example, we have an open state and a closed state. Let's default. A is the default, so let's default with the closed state. Closed state, we're just going to keyframe it closed like that. Open state, keyframe it open. It's that simple. All right. And how do we switch between these states? Let's do a little test. Maybe we do a switch into this. All right, so here's our door. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
Open, close. All right. How do we change that as the player? Well, first we need a player. So let's get the default puppet. I like to go in and just delete pretty much everything. We don't need that. We need that. Don't need that. We don't need that. I'm going to make it forced possession. I always do that. I'm going to make it so you can't leave, and I'm going to make it so you can't die. Okay, cool. Great. We play. There you go. You're automatically in it. This is great. All right. Probably shouldn't make it so you can't, so you can respawn. Yeah. There. Okay. We can respawn again. That was probably not a good idea. Let's increase the acceleration a little bit, so it's easier, or so it feels better to walk around with. All right.
Oh god.
How how am I gonna do this? Right. I want to be able to sense when the player's near the door, press a button, and have the door change states. That's the idea. Intra, if you have any other suggestions, or anyone, let me know. The rotation speed is annoying me as well. All right. So we're going to put a zone in the player, and this zone is going to be the interaction zone. It doesn't have to. I'm setting it up so it's not just doors, but for us, it's just going to be a door for now. I'm going to make it a cylinder, and we'll make the cylinder slightly in front of the player, because we don't really want the player to be able to interact with things at their back. It's not a big deal, but I mean, do whatever you want. But I'm gonna do it in front of the player. All right. So we have a zone. What is this zone sensing? I'm gonna sense a tag. All right. So the zone senses a tag. We're gonna call this tag door interaction point. We could just make it interaction point and build out an entire system for interacting. You could do that. So door interaction point, trigger zone, sense a tag, sense the door interaction point tag. All right. All right, great. Let's put this maybe here. And now we want to basically sense when this tag is on and do things, right? For now, I mean, let's just see if it works. So I've hooked the tag into B, which will change the state to door.
Mhm.
So when we go near it, it just automatically opens the door. And hey, maybe that's what you want. Maybe you just want the door to automatically open when you're near it, and then automatically close. To do that, we just need to put the state back when this is off. So when it's not sensing, go back to A. You don't really need a selector for this. You can just do this. So now the
Oh my
door.
god, that's so simple.
Yeah. So now the door. Oh god. So hopefully it's obvious why it's doing this. But we need to make this out a little bit bigger.
Maybe a bit bigger.
Maybe a bit bigger. But this will still probably cause issues. But no. Okay, we're good. Oh, this is gonna fling us if we're not careful. Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
All right. So this, I mean, this is like as simple as it gets. But I assume you want the door to stay open and stay closed, right? So, how do we do that? How do we do that? We need to sense a button press. But first, let's do a little notification thing. So we're gonna do less than square greater than, and it shows the button, and it's gonna be open. Let's get a little crazy. Let's get crazy. Let's do a dynamically changing what's the word? Prompt. Prompt is the word. So when do we display these? Let's make these in scene as well. And I really should have only copy and pasted it once it was in the spot I liked. Let's do face camera. Obviously, I hope you'll make yours neater than mine, but this is what we're in class, but we're not. You can see where my mind is. All right. So this is good. When do we show open? We show open when interaction point is being sensed, and we are in the state closed, because that's when you open it. If you're in state closed and you're near the door, it turns this on. When you're in state open and you're near the door, we turn close on. All right, there you go. So if we go near it, there you go. It's not going to work yet because it's not wired up, but see how it says open? Yeah. All right. This is messy. My advice is to neaten things up only when you're finished, or at least when you're finished with what you're doing at the moment. So I'm not finished yet. What's next? We need to sense a controller input. Now, I'm just gonna do something easy for now, but I would recommend using this. And now we're gonna get into a little complex stuff, but that's kind of good because this is relatively simple. So if you search helpful, maybe Aecert's helpful logic gadgets, and we're looking for controller sensor output. Again, this is a little bit advanced. You do not need to do this for this door tutorial, but I figure now is a good time to cover it. I am of the opinion that you should have a central location for all your controls. And that's what this is. That's literally all this is. It's every single control output. And then you can wirelessly transmit these controls using variables or tags. I'm going to use a tag just because I think it's the simplest for now. In fact, you could even do a keyframe and a switch, but let's just do a tag for now. So let's do a variable, only because this is what I actually do. So I might as well do it. So we're gonna have a variable called. I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do what I actually do. So C square, and it's going to be 0 and 1. So when this variable's value is 1, you're pressing square. When the variable value is 0, you're not pressing square. How do we do that? Let's take square. And we are going to continuously set the square variable to whatever this is. All right. So when I press square, it sets to 1. When I release square, it sets back to 0. And if I play, you can see it. You can see it happen. See?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we are now. This is what I actually do. I'm not just making this randomly complicated for no reason. So we just grab this, and now we have the square button press. We're just getting square. So now we know when square is pressed. Play. See? All right. When square is pressed, you know what? This is pretty, I was going to say like when square is pressed and we're in this state, we go to this state. We literally can just do this. We can just toggle. So if we are, if the door interaction point is sensing the player and square is pressed, change the door state. I believe this is it. So open, press square, close, and it closes. Obviously there's some polished things. So like closing the door from this side is you need to like move way over here. Let's address that, I guess. So when the door is open, let's do this. Always label your keyframes.
It's true.
So the logic's more readable. So when the door is open, we actually want to change the interaction point. Or what do we want to do? We could add a second interaction point. Let's just add a second interaction point. Why not? Way over here. All right. And we only turn this one on. Well, actually, I mean, could we just always have 2 interaction points? Is that an issue? I don't know what this is for. Like, is this not working? That's weird. Oh, yeah, see. I put it through a node. I was trying to be a good dreamer, but then I just didn't use it. So, there you go. All right, my bad. So this should work now. Okay, why isn't it working? Door interaction point, door interaction point. Is it just not? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. There you go. All right. Is that? Oh, it was working the whole time.
Oh, you was on the wrong list
It was
behind.
working the whole time. Yeah. All right. All right. Display on top. Let's try it again. Open, and we go around, and it still says open. Beautiful. So now we have 2 interaction points. That's just one thing we could have done. Another, I mean, we could have increased our zone size. We could keyframe this tag to move. Maybe I don't know. It depends on the situation. Alternatively, actually, here's a better way. Swap them. So put the tag in the player and put the zone in the door. And now we can set the door to open exactly where we want it to. This is very annoying. There we go. So now if you're inside this zone, the door will open. The reason I put the zone on the player at first was because let's say you have 100 doors. Having 100 zones like this is not good, but so it all depends on your project. But so let's try it now. So now it's going to be very, very nice. If you're inside this zone, it's gonna work. All right, so that's door opening, closing. Is there anything else, Intra or anyone who wants that? Any like any way I can expand upon this?
Well, what would you do if is there a way to, or I guess how would you set it so like the character would reach out to hit a button and then
Locked
it would
doors.
and then it would play through?
There you go. Locked. Oh, you want dynamic animation? Is that?
I mean, it doesn't have to be dynamic, but
well, that's what. So what do you mean? So you?
So like
can you explain it one more time?
So basically, when you walk up to the door and you press the square to open or close it,
yeah,
it plays the animation of him hitting a button, and then triggers the door to open.
That's a great question.
You're
All right,
adding an animation to it.
Yeah. So, because right now we have this. Yeah. So we need to. My initial thought is to communicate back to the player that the door is being opened, and then only open it after delay. That is kind of annoying though, because you're passing info back and forth and back and forth. Let's see. I mean, this tag also knows when you're in a door interaction point. So if we also do this, this is kind of dangerous because there may be a situation where the animation plays and the door doesn't open, but probably not. So if we do this, if door interaction point is being sensed and you press square, that means the door is going to be opened. So, and actually we'll do something else. We'll make sure it actually works. So we'll do the animation. Oh, this is going to be great. All right. I wasn't planning on doing animations today.
Notice says you have a tutorial about this, so hopefully he gets it.
So I do, but I'm not. We're not gonna do that. I could though. Maybe I should. I do have a tutorial on it though. So if you want them to like walk up to the doorknob and like open it, that's one thing. I'm just gonna play an animation before it opens, which is a lot simpler.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that what you wanted?
I love the animation choice.
Thank you.
Well.
Thank you. Okay. So this is our animation. It's really, really good. Maybe the anticipation we S-curve it, and maybe the swing we is that ease out or ease in? I don't even know. But
so we'll have you back in 2 weeks for the animation masterwork or masterclass.
You might want piece of craft. I could get pretty in depth with animation, but I have no formal training. But yeah, okay. Anyway, I would like to say I'm better than most, but I mean, you're seeing this amazing piece of art. All right, that should be good. Can we just play this? Yeah, very nice, very nice. One thing I like to do, another little animation tip, I very rarely keep the timeline like that. I always like controlling it with a timer, or a signal manipulator. But so with the timer, we put the timer output into the playhead, and the timer output, similar to the counter output, turns the timer into a value from 0 to 1, or turns the current time rather. It's like the percentage kind of. So how fast do we want this animation? Maybe 1 second. So if we play, yeah, there you go. That's perfect. So when we're near a door interaction point, right? And we press square, play the timer, and let's reset it at the end. Let's reset it at the end. Okay. This will work, but can you tell me why this isn't what you want? Do you know what's going to happen? That's exactly.
Yeah, you
Yep,
need to delay
exactly.
it.
Exactly. So I'm glad you said that. Oh, it's the door closed as well. That's your initial that's your initial thought, right? Delay the door open.
Mm.
I would recommend actually making the door open trigger a part of the animation. So instead of having let's do what you said. We're going to the delay would go right here. So let's just delay it. And by the way, this will work. This will work perfectly.
I'm back.
Welcome back. All right, maybe we pulse it instead. Yeah. All right, so we're delaying 1 second. The animation's 1 second. Maybe we want it to open right at the headbang, which is about, and you can see like right now what I'm doing. You can kind of see why this isn't the right way to do it. But so this should work though. Bam, and then it opens. The close needs to be something else. Bam. So why is this bad? Because clearly it works perfectly. What if you want to change the animation? Well, then you have to change this timer to make it perfect. So what if we put the door open trigger in the animation? And I mean, we can do that a bunch of ways. Oh man. How do we want to do this door? I don't want to have two zones here. See, this is an issue, like communicating like signals between objects. Door interaction point. I want to do this in the most thermo efficient way, but how do I want to do this? I mean, look, we could add a second zone here, and then add a second tag. Let's just get something down. So wherever this tag is, this will automatically open the door. So maybe like right there. And this is what opens the door. We no longer care about square at all. That opens the door. In fact, yeah, that's fine. There's an argument to be said that maybe you should take the text displayers out of the door, because like if you have multiple doors, you'll have multiple of these text displayers, and that's not good. But that's a whole different thing. So this will work, I hope. Okay.
Okay.
I forgot to change the zone. So it needs to be called open door. There we go. So let's reset. So we get close, press square, and it opens exactly when we want it to. So I mean, you can change the tag to you can put the tag anywhere in this animation. I'm a huge fan of adding the logic in the animation.
Yeah, it's actually quite clever. So it's extremely precise and it's easy to change if the animation changes. Yeah.
Exactly. Easy to change. That's now I hate how there's two zones here. I hate this because again, every zone that's active, when I say active, I mean on, that's also in scene costs a lot of thermo. You can only have like a couple hundred in scene zones that are turned on. What's the opposite of in scene? Entire scene. This doesn't cost anything. But the in scene zones are expensive. So having two zones just to do this, I hate. I have this solution. I have a solution, but I really don't like it. It's not bad though. I don't know. Maybe we do just leave this. But
Inner turmoil.
yeah. Oh well, no. I have something. Yes. I got it. All right. We don't need to use the zone. We can use. Oh. Actually, I'm sorry. We can use a scene-wide zone. I don't know why. Probably because I'm like on stream or something. But I don't know why I didn't realize this sooner. So, we have this be scene-wide, and then we have this tag function the same. Now you're probably thinking, okay, but if you have a second door, it's going to open both doors, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, only turn this zone on when you're in the area. And there you go. So now we only have one in-scene zone, and we're accomplishing the exact same thing. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's super. Yeah, there you go. All right. Let's take it a step further. What if they're really close? Okay, 1, they both show up. 2, you can open both at the same time. This typically is not what you want as a game designer. As a player, it's kind of funny, but you don't want it. You don't want this. You want only one to be selected at the same time, at a time. Do you have any ideas? You have the knowledge. We've covered what you need.
Exclusive gates.
Yeah. Yep. Specifically, well, yeah, that's good enough. I'll take that. All right. Good shit. So, yeah, thank. We are. So this is where it gets pretty fun. We're going to use the distance from the door to dictate which door is the one that is going to be opened. And actually, yeah. So what's up? Yeah, what's up?
Are you planning on doing the laser pointer thing or
Nope.
No?
No. There's a couple ways we can do this. Do we do a fall off zone? I think that'll be fine. So remember with the laser pointer, there was fall off to translate the value from. Yeah. So we're gonna do the same thing. 2, 3, 3, basically. 2, 3, 3. That's probably good enough. So let's just demo it really quick. We're gonna copy and paste that door eventually. What value are we getting here?
Well, your camera's frozen again.
Yeah, you're frozen.
Thank you. That's a great
yeah.
That's a great shot.
It's a great frame. Yeah. All right. Let me get chat back. Okay. Let me get you guys back up. All right. So what are we going to get? The closer we get to it, the bigger the value. Now, why is it stopping at 0.5? Do you guys know? These are just random debugging questions. I'm curious if you guys do you know why it's stopping at 0.5?
No idea. No clue.
I mean, I kind of want to guess, even though I
guess.
don't know.
It's just it's a random debugging question.
I mean, it's just because of where the zone's set, and basically,
it's where the origin of the zone is. So if the tag inside the player is directly on top of the center of the zone, it'll output a 1. So I mean, we're at 0.5. We can't get any closer, I guess, unless we jump. But and this doesn't really matter. But I mean, just to make it cleaner, let's put it down here. You can't drag the. Wait, can I? Oh, I can if I hold L1. All right. So you can drag. You can't normally drag the fall off zone unless you hold L1. But anyway, great. So we are getting a value from 0 to 1, sort of, depending. Oh, that's. Depending on how close to the door we are. I'm expecting. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. All right. How do we use that? Right? Do you know? Do you know how we would add an exclusive gate to this logic to make it so only one door can open at a time? It's basically like, where are you going to shove the exclusive gate? Do you put it like over here? Do you put it in here?
Wouldn't the exclusive gate go into the puppet logic depending on how close it is to the door?
Into the puppet logic? Where? No.
No, I'm lost now. No.
So, how do I explain this? You're selecting one thing of a group of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each thing in that group needs to have an exclusive gate. So the group of things is the door. So each door needs an exclusive gate. This node represents select hovered door. Currently select. This is the door that we are going to open. Selected door. So this, if this node is on, that means the door is selected. Currently, both can be on at the same time, right? We can just edit both of these at the same time. So if I put my player right here, both doors are selected at the same time. That's an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We only want one to be selected at the same time based on this value, right? Which is 0 to 1. Okay. So this door, which is, that's a little confusing. Okay. I normally have music playing when I don't talk, and this is unsettling. But no, don't. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So this door, oh my gosh, has a value of 0.25. What is wrong with me? Let's make these insane, please. Holy crap. I'm trying to like move it. All right, there we go. This door has a value of 0.25. This has 0.3. So we want this door's exclusive gate to turn on. How would we do that? How would we wire this up? I know I'm quizzing you, but I really believe you can figure this out.
You
So
have so much. You shouldn't
I
have so
do.
much faith.
Okay, so
How would we wire this up?
So would you? Well, yeah. I mean, he said it in chat, but it would be priority. But you can set that after the wiring.
There's actually there's like 4 different ways we can do this that will work. By the way,
okay, so
probably more.
So it would be. I'm trying to. The one thing I'm trying to figure out here is exactly which thing is going to be wired into the exclusive gate. Like, when does it take effect?
Yeah.
So I guess it would be the. I mean, I guess it would be the. God damn it! I'm losing my words. The green square.
Yeah. Zone.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I told you I was losing my words. So, okay, Snavalier says OR gate, and but yeah, take it and put it into the input at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, that, and then let me see. We can open that to set the priority, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well,
for how? Like with what? With the green thing?
Yeah. Well,
sure.
Everything that's coming into it, right?
Yeah. Sure. So the green thing will go through and also set the priority. Let's just do that. And then is that it? Or well, obviously, what do we connect to the node?
The signal.
Yeah, I mean, it literally doesn't matter. We can do this. We can do this. There's so many ways we can hook this up that'll still work. It's actually like really funny.
Yeah.
So notice how this one turns on and this one doesn't. That's weird. Not gonna lie. Why? Is this actually not working? This might not be working, frankly.
I mean, is it because of the priority?
I don't know. It's rounding down. Yep. So it's point. Yep. It's rounding down. So what's happening? We're taking our number, which is 0.25. We're putting it into the priority, but it's 0. So how do we make it not 0? Let's multiply it by 1,000. Now it's 252. Let's multiply by 1,000. What should happen is this one will turn on. I hope. Okay, there you go. So it was a rounding error. There's some more debugging fun. That was a tricky one, actually. So 305, 252. And this is perfect. What's pretty funny, and you didn't know this, so I didn't expect you to get this, but if you literally just inputted the value, it would work exactly the same. So here's another trick. If you're inputting different values into the gate input and that's it, the highest value will make it turn on. So actually be careful of that, because that you might not actually want that. So you, to avoid that, just input a not gate and put this into the priority. We want it to multiply to avoid that from happening. In this case, we actually kind of want it to happen. So let's. So I mean, just wire it up. There, that's all you had. It's literally just that. You did not know that from this stream though, so I did not expect you to tell me to do that. Although if you had just said just wire it up, that's yeah. But yeah. So let's actually demo it. There you go. So notice how both we're in range for both, but only one is working. And then if you press square, only one opens. It's a little finicky because the zones I have set up aren't really that great, to be completely honest. You know what? Now that we're doing this method, let's do a sphere and just make the sphere really big, right? Because it's just whichever one you're closest to. I guess we can. I want it to be fair, right? So now, hopefully, it's less finicky. See, I would expect. What did I do wrong?
Well,
I would expect this one to open right now.
Well,
oh, maybe this isn't.
Didn't
working.
that change? Yeah, didn't that change the distance numbers?
Oh, I guess not. I thought I thought this is how it worked, but I guess not. Holy shit. No, sorry. I swear to God, it took the largest value. I swear that's how it worked. Is it because it's a fat wire? So I'm gonna. Wow. I am actually. Is Tap in here? I honestly thought that's how it worked. Okay, fair enough. Huh. Never mind. All right. Back to what you had. I thought that's how it worked. My bad. So, but hey, I mean, that's why you got to try things.
Yeah.
That's why you got to try things.
It's good to see the debugging happening live.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep the number displayer, actually. Wow. Let's just delete this one. So let's go back to this. Set the priority to 1,000. We don't have to do that anymore. There we go. Now watch this not work either. That would okay there. And now it's less finicky. Now it's like actually which one we're closest to, because we're using a sphere instead of a rectangular prism or whatever. So there you go. This was good. You know, at first I didn't think this would turn into much, but this we learned a lot with with this one. I mean, maybe during this animation you can make the door non-physical or something. I think it's kind of funny that happens. All right. So anything else with door world, or I can't talk, holy crap.
Advanced idea, flip gravity to the ceiling when you jump and walk on it.
I'm not going to do that because that requires a completely custom puppet. So puppets can't walk upside down. I appreciate the suggestion though, but puppets can't walk upside down. So to do that, I would have to create an entirely custom like character controller with puppet, and then flip, and then it's just like, oh man, that's not for this stream. That's a very key to open. That's a good one.
That's too advanced.
But the flipping gravity, it would take a couple hours, and that's unfortunately not interested. Sorry. It's a good suggestion though. Oh man, yeah, it's a good suggestion.
Sock Wielder says needing key to open.
Key to open's a good one. I can do that really quick. Yeah. So maybe let's make a key really quick. You're gonna, oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh, this isn't good. What does a key look like? Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's right.
Beautiful sculpting.
So we've got our key.
Good God Almighty!
This is really good. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So
It
we've
is.
got a red key, right? That's what this is. This is a key.
If you say so.
Yeah, if I say so. And we've got a red door. And we need this key to open this door. First, how do we pick up the key? I'm assuming this is going to be like a one-shot kind of thing. So do we have we kind of have a zone on the player already. Where'd the microchip, of course, is gone. So, all right. We have this zone. We can kind of just use it. Oh, but we don't want to trigger this.
You're messed up.
Yeah, that's okay though. That's okay. So let's do, I don't know, key pickup. Key pickup. All right. So this is a case where the zone should definitely be on the player. Definitely be on the player. So I don't know. It doesn't. It really doesn't matter. So key, and let's put a zone on the player called or sensing key. Let's make this a sphere around the player like that. And when I mean, we can just. Why is that being sensed right now? What? Oh, this tag. That's why. Okay. Pressing, hovering triangle over the gizmo resets it to its base position, its original position. So we have this. When this is sensed by this zone, what do we want to happen? Two things, maybe three, but I'm not going to do the third thing. We want it to destroy, right? We want it to go away, and we want it to add. We want to like record the fact that we have the key, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to use a variable. And let's call this red key. The third thing would be playing some sort of animation and sound, but I mean, that's trivial. All right, we can only have one. When this is sensed, we're going to add one to the key. Really simple stuff. So red key plus we can plus one. Yeah. All right. Some indication as to like if we have the red key or not would be nice. So I guess we can
like a text displayer. Key acquired.
Something really simple. How do you spell acquired? No, that's close though. There we go. I think that's how you spell it.
Looks good to me.
Beautiful. All right. I'm doing this. I mean, maybe you want to put this in some sort of UI chip or something and then use a getter, but instead of just hooking the value directly from the variable. Not a big deal though. Okay, so this should work. Let's test it before moving on. So if we run over the key, there you go. It disappears. Red key acquired, top left. Now what? We need to go into this door and check if the user has the red key. Let's use a getter. And we're getting red key. So get red key. All right. If this is 0, we don't have the key. If it outputs a 1, we have the key. Where do we put this? We're gonna put it. Sorry, I was asking myself. If you want to try answering, but it's probably gonna be here because we don't actually want the player to be able to open the door at all. Or maybe we want the animation to go off and then it says door locked. Or maybe we want to play a different animation. We can do a lot of different stuff, and it all depends on how you have it implemented here.
I mean, I may be I may be wrong, but like, could you not?
What's up?
Could you not just use the like an AND gate, like to make it go from if the God, I really can't think anymore.
It's all this logic.
Yeah, this is what logic does to me. If like the zone, like if player zone and key, then open.
Yeah, and then let the signal pass through. Yep, that's definitely so. Just that, right? Oh my gosh. Right.
Yeah.
This and this. Right. Yeah. I mean that's so this won't even show this. And maybe see that's the thing. Or sorry. Well, it won't show that, but it also won't show. Wait, will it? Yeah, it's not gonna show the open prompt. But it's fine. So this works, right? So you go up to it and it. Okay, we opened a different door. Which is completely.
We already
expected.
went over how to fix that.
Well, yeah, we'd make the zone smaller, exactly. But so it's not even showing up. Grab the key. Now it's showing up. Yeah. What if you want it to show up and then deny you, right? We're gonna put it somewhere else. So we actually want to put it here. We want the animation to go off, and then we want it to fail. So I lost my AND gate. There's one right here though. So it's if my goodness. This goes off. Yes, this is the selected door. So this is the open door. So this means the animation went off. Actually, we want to put it here. So let's spread this out a little bit.
This is where left to right really comes into play as well, because
exactly
you can play through your head where you want this logic to go.
Exactly. The so what is this again? What is this? It's where is my player? It's this tag. So this tag triggers this. Now we want to check if we have the key. If we have the key, it works. What if we don't have the key? I need a NOT gate. What if we don't have the key? If we don't have the key, we can do something like that. No. I want a number display or a text displayer.
It just says headbutt not strong enough.
yeah, exactly. Need key. Maybe we play some sort of timeline, and maybe this timeline isn't in the door. Because like, what if every door needs a key? You don't want to have this animation in every single door. You would put it outside and then trigger it remotely. And there's a bunch of different. You can use a tag. You can use variables. There's a bunch of different ways to trigger this remotely. But I mean, this is fine for now. Hopefully it is obvious. But so why am I doing this, by the way? Because I want it to be like animated. Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, number displayer directly in it. Maybe there's an argument to be said. Maybe we shouldn't put it directly in, but yeah, maybe we don't put it directly in. Doesn't really matter. Play once. So we have this. It's going to. What do I want to do? I kind of want to have it start off and animate up. So let's do this. And then it animates up with a blank keyframe, and then it maybe goes back down. I don't know. Something like that. Okay, this isn't gonna work because it's gonna be here, and then this first keyframe will turn on, then it goes down. What we want is this keyframe to basically always be on. We can do that. I like controlling timelines with timers. It's just easier. And this keyframe will always be on now, so it'll always be off the screen. When you're doing this method, it needs to be sustain. It has to be sustain. And okay, this should work. It's a bit messy. Okay, so this is our yelling at the player, telling them they need the key. Oh. Yeah. Maybe make it 2 seconds instead of 5 seconds. Okay, and it's a very nice animation, done very well. It looks very polished.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So we grab the key,
Masterclass
and
worthy.
now it opens. There you go. So hopefully that gives you guys a good kind of start, because like this is something you'd want to do. You'd want to yell at the player if they don't have a key, and that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
not
basic
straightforward.
game design.
Yeah. So let's I'm gonna say that it's good for now. Do you guys do you want anti-gravity doors? I don't know, like what else do you guys want? No, I think the door
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, I think that's a good end for the doors.
Yeah. And I'll go for like another hour, but but it's up to you guys. We can keep going.
Two Perspectives said a simple box pickup system using teleporters.
That's good. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So picking things up from the ground, and yeah, that's a really good one. All right.
You got quite the collection going on.
Yeah, I know. See how big we can make it. So we need a player.
Oh, and Jet Yeti said how he was asking for
What's up?
how to do cheat codes.
That's another good one. Yeah, there's a couple ways you could do it. We can get those are both pretty good ones.
Gizmo
In the
said
meantime,
the custom selector in the collection says it's private.
Motherfucker. Okay, give me a second. Thank you. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gizmo.
All right. Again, we need a player. So blank puppets. Do what I always do. Don't need that. Don't need that. Well, you can have sound. Let's have sound on this one. Don't need that. Don't need the die. Don't need that. Force possession. All right. And then that's what I do for every single thing. 50-50, 800. That should be good. Let's try it. All right, so we've got a player. And what do we want? We want to walk up to a box, press square, and have it in our hand. If there are multiple boxes, we want to select the closest. And if we have a box in our hand, pressing square again will drop it. Is that a good outline? All right. So where do we start with this? Do you guys want to try leading? Because actually the door thing I just made pretty much teaches you everything you need to know with this one, except maybe like the teleporting to hand. But that's pretty easy. Like so for example, the box should have a state machine being carried and not being carried. You'll use exclusive gates to choose the closest, and you'll use again the square, the controller output method, whatever, to sense whether I'm pressing square or not. It's quite similar to the door, actually. So I'll set up the controls.
Take this one, Jamie.
No.
So I mean, I guess
honestly,
if we
start
start
with a cube, right?
Yeah, start with the boxes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we would.
Let me set this up really quick though. But keep going.
So
just talk yourself through it. Yeah.
Start with the boxes, and each box. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to do it that way. So, yeah, start with the boxes, but make one, then put a. I guess I'm getting caught up between whether you would create a tag for it, or if you would just create a field for it. And I guess
so. Yeah, I mean, So you'll want the zone on the player and the tag on the box purely because of thermo.
Yeah,
it could go either way, honestly. But thermo wise, you want the zone. You want the least amount of zones unless there is a very good reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, tag on the box, zone on the player to sense how far away, right? So fall off zone.
And then the exclusive gate that covers the distance between each one, or you are from each one. Well, I guess you should start with picking up the box. So for that,
I mean, hey, we'll get there.
you could use the. Can't you use a what do you call it?
Teleporter?
Yeah, you can use the teleporter and basically put it into your hand.
How?
Hmm.
Like what? Like put a tag in the hand, right?
Well, yeah, you put a tag in the
Okay.
hand, and
Yeah, and
then
teleport to it. Yeah.
yeah, and to teleport to it, well, I guess that's a more advanced thing using the scope to do it, so it just appears there.
What do you mean? I honestly.
I've seen like when someone was doing using a teleporter to put weapons in the hand of a character. They basically used the if I'm not remembering it incorrectly, they used the teleporter and they also used the laser scope for something. And I given your face, I'm guessing that's completely incorrect. So
No,
let's just
sorry,
use
sorry.
teleporter.
I'm messaging Natalie, but I'm listening to you.
No,
You don't need scope at all, dude. It's just you're teleporting
just
to attack.
teleporting
Like the
to
scope
attack.
is irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, because wouldn't the teleporter know where to go given the tag? Like, that's
Yeah.
the whole point,
Yep.
isn't it? Like,
Exactly.
that's how it reads
Yeah.
each other.
Exactly. Yeah. You would need the scope. Well, let's not talk. You don't. Scope is
You don't need the scope.
completely irrelevant
Okay.
for this. So right. So we've got our zone, and we want it fall off, right? Maybe 2. And I mean, same right. Same thing with the doors with the exclusive gates. We can't just pass it right through, right? We need to also set the priority. And now maybe let's make the box glow depending on how close we are.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Right? Obviously you could do something nicer, but so I mean right off the bat this already works. Maybe we make them physical first.
I just love how quick you are with things. Like, you're just so speedy. Just like, boom, done.
I try not to go too quick, but for these kind of things, it doesn't really matter. So it didn't work. Why didn't it work? We didn't set the zone. All right, so box. There you go. So, okay. So we now know the closest box we're at. And that's basically the hardest part. Now we just need to teleport the box that we're closest to into our hand and play an animation and do some other things. So it's not, this is definitely a good one. All right. So where do we start? How about the box state machine? Every box is either being picked up or not picked up, right? A is not picked up because that's the default, and B is picked up. If it's picked up, let's teleport it to the hand. Where is the hand? So we're gonna add a tag to the hand. Yeah. Let's add the tag right to the hand. I don't see an issue with that. I just love the grid with logic. I love it so much. All right. There we go. Size doesn't matter in this case. Let's do right hand position and let's try to put it like in the middle cuz we're going to have an animation. We will need to adjust that later. So we're going to teleport to right hand position. It's going to be match target orientation and match target position. It doesn't have to be, but and I mean that's it for the state machine. So now we want a square press to change the state of this. To change the state of this, if this is the square, the cube. Wow, the cube we are picking up. So I already set the controls up.
Yeah.
Right. So we're getting square. Okay. We're getting square.
Mm-hmm.
If this is active, and we press square, remember this being active means this is the closest cube. If this is active and we press square, we pick it up. It's not that simple though. But actually, let's do this for a couple of reasons. So this will technically work right now, but there's going to be some bugs. So we press square. That's not what I was referring to. That's not the bug I was thinking of. That's a whole different bug. Let's make it non-collidable with friend, and let's make it labeled an object. Let's make the puppet non-collidable with objects and make it labeled a friend. All right, let's try it again. We will not have that issue, I am 100% sure. So, okay, we're picking up our cube. Here's where it gets not good. We can pick up, well, wait. Okay, this is actually surprising because I expected the other cubes to drop. And now they are. So they only drop, oh, this is super weird.
What is happening?
So what is happening? That's a great question. That's not what I wanted to do. Well, actually, do that. So we got to think, like, when we have a cube in our hand, we don't want to pick up any other cubes. So we only want to drop the current cube, right? So we are going to do this. There's a ton of different ways to do it. I'm just going to do it this way because it's the easiest. If any cube at all is in the state picked up, we're going to do this. Holding cube. Cube picked up. Cube picked up. All right. Are you laughing at what Damon said? All right.
No,
Cube
I was
is picked
laughing
up.
at you trying to get the right wording.
So okay, no, yeah. Let me address that because it's funny, but a week from now, when you're trying to read your logic and it's named just something like completely random, you'll thank yourself for naming it something that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that's why I stress over it so much. Okay, so if it's in B, it's picked up. If any cube is picked up, so we're gonna sense the tag cube picked up. Oh, did I call it box? Oh, that's confusing. That's really confusing. My bad. See, this is, what are cubes? What are boxes? Why are there? Yeah, it's okay. Box picked up. So if any box senses this, we need to just disable picking up completely, right? So you can only, ooh, wait a second. Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to do this anymore. Let's just do that. So instead of cycling it, it's just going to go right to B. So you can only pick it up, but so we're putting the box into state B if the player is near it. This box is the closest to the player. That's what this is. You press square, and no other box is currently picked up. Okay, so now we will be able to pick up a box, and we will not be able to do anything else after that, I hope. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, there. Okay, great. So I'm spamming square, nothing's happening. That's what we want. When we're in B, when we are in state B, now what do we want to do? And we press square, go to state A. This is just dropping the box. Now, this is a tough question. Maybe. Do you see any issue with this? Will this work? Will this work? It won't. Why won't this work? Is the question. Why won't this work?
Let's see.
A hint is it's a similar issue to the custom selector stuff we were doing.
That was like 30 years ago, bro.
It was quite a while ago. Yeah.
But it's because
You want to take a guess?
I'm trying to, but I'm trying to make it not sound like I'm a doofus. Because
I'm only pressing square once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The pickup input is also dropping it.
Yeah, you're looping.
This pickup input sends us to B, powers up this one. It sends us
Also
right back to
drops
A.
it, yeah.
And I bet you, even if I make this a pulse, I bet you it still won't work. If it does work, then we fixed our issue very easily. But if it doesn't work, we'll have to do, well, actually a very similar fix to what we did with the selector. So this might fix it though. Nope, it doesn't. I didn't think it would. So how do we fix it? Let's apply what you learned with the selector.
Well,
you just tell. You don't have to tell me. Tell me like the idea. Don't tell me the exact implementation, but like tell me like what's the idea? How do we fix this in English?
The idea is that we want, once we pick up, or once we go through B to pick up,
yes,
we want it to basically understand that there's we want it to understand that there's a difference basically between like the reset. So, I mean, he put it in chat, but yeah, it's like signal manipulator.
You could use a signal. I don't think
that's what I was
thinking.
That's
not English. That's not English. That's logic.
But no.
Tell me the answer in English. What do you need to do? So what? Let me tell you what's happening.
If I have box and press square, I need it to drop box.
That's what's happening.
But you're not controlling when it drops the box. It's not.
No, you are. You are the square press. The square press to pick up the box.
But it's picking
and then
up and dropping.
And then it's also dropping. But you're pressing square. So what do you, in English, what needs to happen for that not to happen? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Hold on.
It's all good. It's all good. Because it's like I understand what you're asking for, but also the way it's being asked for makes me fumble.
In English. So here's the answer. Here's what I was looking for. We only want this to turn on one frame after we enter B. We want to wait a little bit after entering B before turning this on. That's like the English answer. I know a frame isn't English, it's logic, but so do you remember? Now this is the logic question. Do you know how to do that? Do you remember how to do that?
We use a timer.
Yeah. Okay.
Set it to 1 frame, so 0.33.
Sure. 033.
Yeah.
Oh well, we have to pulse this again then. Let's set this back to a pulse. Yeah, we should have done this anyway, but this isn't part of the answer. Sorry. All right, square is being pulsed now. All right, so we have a timer. It's set to 1 frame. Do you remember how to delay this turning on by 1 frame?
You put it in the playhead of the.
No.
No. Okay.
No. It's tricky. It's like a trick. It's honestly just, it doesn't really make sense. The reset and the power. The power makes it autoplay. The reset resets it for the first frame it's on. So every time it turns on, it resets. Now, I am curious though. I mean, would it just work if we did this? It probably would. It probably would because it's only 1 frame. But I just like doing the other way just because it makes sense. It basically stands for like this will turn on if B is on for 1 frame. That's what this means is this timer will play for 1 frame, then turn on, and then the reset is kind of weird. Like look, it works either way. All right, but I'm gonna do it the way I do it because it makes more sense to me. So what this means is if B is on for at least 1 frame, this will turn on. So There you go. This will work if we copy and paste properly. All right. So if we press square and then press square again, but now here's the real test. There you go. So it's working perfectly. If that's not obvious. Now, so does everything make sense so far? I mean, pretty simple, I think.
Yeah, I'm totally fried.
No, okay,
I can
just
barely
I was
like,
think.
thinking.
it's really simple. Like, we've
No,
only
it
been
makes
doing this
sense.
for 3
It
hours.
make
It's fine, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense the way
It does
that
make
you
sense.
when you
It does
say
make
it.
sense.
But like, yeah, that connection
So
of
you
what
say
to
it.
do.
What's happening here? What is
What do you
this?
mean?
What does this do?
Okay,
Ma-
so
Talk it
basic.
out. Yeah. What is this? What is the function? What is the
So
purpose of this, and what's happening?
so we have both the green box with the ziggly lines. I swear I can't think anymore. What's
The tag?
No, the other one.
Oh, the zone.
Yes, there we go. I don't know how many times I've already just like forgotten zone, but basically we have
And tell me in English. Tell me in
the
English. By the way.
okay.
Sorry if that wasn't obvious.
So
Yeah.
okay, so basically with the tag and the exclusive gate, we're making it so that no, that's just the tag for the box. So basically,
Yep.
with the
Sorry.
box,
I
with
zoned out.
he's
It's not your
like
fault.
he's
It's not your
speaking
fault.
so slow.
No, that's not why. I promise that's not why. I was reading. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so tag
with the
exclusive gate.
tag, with the exclusive gate, you're making it so when you go to pick up a box, the exclusive gate with the keyframe,
This is
basically,
English. This is not English.
I
Tell me it in English.
maybe because it doesn't make sense to my brain in that anymore.
Right,
But
ready? This is English.
basically,
Ready?
you basically pick up the box.
Yeah.
Which box you pick up is based off of the
How close it is.
the proximity.
That's English.
Yes.
Perfect. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
What about this?
And so basically, with the variable mod, well, no, that's not English.
No, that's
when
not
you
English.
push square,
There you go.
when you
That's it. That's it. No, that's it. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
when-
What about this?
when
Push square. That's it. That was the answer.
Yeah,
What about
the
this?
trigger zone.
No,
okay.
that's not English.
Yeah, I know. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have to say it as I see it, and what I'm seeing.
The reason I'm doing this is
what I'm
because
saying is in English. I know
in English
I know why you're
it
doing
makes sense. If you talk in logic, it's just gonna leave your brain. But in English, like as long as you know how to translate English to logic, which is that takes practice. But just
Yeah.
so what is this in English? What is this trying to do?
That's stopping you from
So-
picking up other ones, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes.
So when you have a box picked up, this prevents this check. This is checking if any box is picked up. So if any
Yes.
box is not picked up, and you press square, and this is the closest box,
It'll let you pick it up.
bam, picks it up.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that's pretty much it. And then
if you have a box,
yeah, keep going.
yeah, if you have a box, then it won't let you pick up another. And then if you have a box and you wish to drop it, it'll. I
That
want
will
to
let
say
you drop
timer.
it.
Yeah, that'll let you
Yeah.
drop
So after a frame,
it. After a
pressing
frame,
square will drop it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's English. You should be able to. That's the first step. Saying what you want, right? I mean, we're going a little backwards. I'm having you say what we did, but it's the same thing.
For my sanity, I'm gonna go ahead and say that Noter said there are so many concepts here that it's simple for someone who grasps all the tools.
That's
but for
why
an entry level logic person, it's just too many moving parts.
That's why I'm having you like talk through it.
And that's why
I hear you.
That's why I'm over here. Like I said, I'm glad my window is small because I'm over here sweating. Boy, it is.
Like stress in Will and I's voice. It's like,
yeah.
No, you're doing well though. Seriously, think about it in English. That's my bet.
Yeah.
So think about like what are you trying to do? I want to get the closest box. I want to press square. I want to check if any other box is picked up. If all of these things are true, well, this one's false, but then pick up the box. That's English. How do you make it into logic? I mean, this part's kind of tricky. We already did the logic, but I don't need to explain the logic.
Yeah.
But I want to sense square one frame after picking up a box so that the inputs don't interfere with each other. That's a little bit more technical, but like this is a pretty annoying thing you have to do. But
yeah, that is very annoying.
Is there a way? So, do you have any ideas on how a different way you can do it? This is kind of putting you on the spot. there's a way. There's a simpler way.
Jamie, I
But,
did most of the guessing last time. You
do
take
you have
this
an
one.
idea?
I have.
It,
I can
it,
tell you.
it has something to do with the variable modifier and variable. I'll just tell you. All right. So
Hey, I had to
have-
struggle. You give him a chance to struggle live on the air too.
There's the hint. Do you have any ideas? Because right now we're using square and the same thing to trigger the drop, and that's an issue. Well,
So
in
what
this
if you
case,
changed the button? If you changed the button, if you changed it so that to drop it would be a different
sure,
button.
that would work perfectly.
You
I want it to be
reading
the same
chat,
button.
mother. No.
I want it to be the same button. So is there any way to do that? Maybe. I mean, you're right though. You're exactly right. But just so with this setup, we can just make it a separate variable. Let's just call it drop. Same button though. And this drops it. This solution is kind of unique to using this variable, but it really isn't. So like I can do it even simpler. Like what if you just had a controller sensor, which represents pressing a button? You could literally just have 2 controller sensors here. I hate this though. I hate using, but maybe this will make a little bit more sense. So we have square. Okay. So same button, right?
Yeah.
But this one only turns on here, and this one is always on. So that's the solution.
That makes so much more
right?
sense.
So now I'm going to apply it with the way I did the controls because I really think everyone should do it this way. Honestly, we have same button, square, and drop. So it's, I mean, they're both. If we play, they're both turning on. This one only turns. Well, this one is always being checked. The drop one only turns on here. So wait a second. Is this? Oh shit! I don't think this is gonna work. No, I'm so no. I don't think this is gonna work. Unless okay. This only works. This isn't gonna work. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. That's my excuse.
See, it's time, guys. When the teachers get tired, that's when we all get to go outside.
That's when you know.
This isn't gonna work. Me splitting up like this is completely irrelevant. We're gonna go with your solution. We're just gonna make a separate button. All right. So I'm gonna save this. O is drop. Square is pick up. All right. There. That was the whole plan. All right. That was the plan the entire time. So I don't even want to. It's not gonna work because essentially nothing changed. All right, but this will work because it's a different button. And right, so there you go. Pressing square, nothing happens. Press O, now I can press square again. Yeah. So the different button solution, it's if you're okay with it, it's a great solution. But if you want it to be the same button, then well, all right, you're gonna have to do the frame delay. Really quick, let's have a couple notifications. Let's put them on screen this time. So if this senses anything, so if it's great, well, actually, I think we can just do this. We're going to do pick up. That's good. Okay. And if so, we know if we're holding a box because this tag is on. So we're going to go box picked up, check the entire scene for it. And if this is on, we're going to display drop. Do you see any issue with what I just did? These two things?
No.
So I'm asking because like it's okay. You'll see the issue when I play it, but like if you can see the issue before it happens, it'll help you. Like so when we're sensing a box, pick up turns on. When we sense box picked up, drop turns on. Do you see any issue with that?
Not at all.
No. Won't pickup still show even though we're picking up a box?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So you would need to.
Yeah, tell me what to do.
Something to stop that once you've picked it up.
Tell me in logic. You just told me in English. Great. Now apply it into logic. Actually, did you tell me in English? Tell me in English again. What do you need to do to prevent this bug?
So once the box has been picked up,
okay,
you'd need to stop the pickup from showing so you can drop, so it shows the drop text. You need to separate them.
Yes. When box picked up is not on, allow this to be shown, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you'd use a not gate. Hopefully that's obvious. And we could put it
Yeah.
there. We could put it there. It doesn't, well, it would be the power. But we're going to do this. So, I mean, hopefully this is straightforward. This should work. And you don't have to see the bugs before they happen, but it's...
Yeah, but
it's good.
It made total sense, yeah.
Yeah. So pick up. Now only drop shows. Even though we're near other boxes. Pick up, drop. Maybe I kind of forgot to add the button prompts. What the hell? No! There we go. All right.
I love how angry you get when you're texting.
I know, it's annoying. It drives me insane. All right. So square pickup, O to drop.
Yeah.
And look, through here we can do some animations. I mean, you guys and while I'm doing these animations, maybe can you maybe chat has something, I don't know.
I'm going to sleep well tonight.
Well, yeah, right. Jeez. Sneveler says it is hard to it is hard to comprehend, and I am not ashamed that I kind of follow it, but also not. Sounds unlogical.
What aren't you following?
So what does the frame delay do again?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah. Thanks for asking.
Said delays the input by a frame so it doesn't overlap.
And that's a good answer, but it's still confusing. So let me show it again. But first, more importantly, some animations. So if a box is picked, let's start with that. If a box is picked up, actually, yeah, let's start with that. Box is picked up, bam. Maybe mirror. Yeah. Wait. What? Do I have to turn puppet mirror on before I animate it? I guess so. All right, there you go. And what about when we're picking up? How do we trigger that animation? This is kind of annoying. I mean, I guess
it would have to be.
Let's do this. Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. So what? Oh, yeah. I mean, for this kind of thing, we can go kind of gamey. So, what we're gonna do is turn this animation on while we're picking a box up, and turn the pickup animation on the first frame that this turns on. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So we're going to pulse it, and we're going to get a timeline, and we're going to put the animation in. What's the animation? It's going to be super, super gamey. So what do I mean by that? Just, yeah, something like that. All right, it doesn't have to be perfect. It will not be perfect. This will not be perfect. Okay, maybe Aecert. It's not going to be perfect. Hey, babe.
Just saying, I haven't seen animation this good since Noguchi's Bell.
So. It's going well.
Yeah, man. I mean, believe it or not, Jamie and I kind of wrote in that this section would be our downfall.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I've been trying to mix in like the you guys trying to.
I think it fit in. Yeah. I mean, that's the best way, but it's just.
I don't think we've done too bad.
You've done pretty well.
No, I mean, look,
the bar was low, admittedly.
Yes, the bar was on the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the bar was on the ground.
So I mean, yeah, man, it's just like that's why we think it's important to have stuff like this, because one, we want to show more dreams in the podcast, and also we want it to be things that people can actually learn from. And you know,
right.
just like with the music masterclass that we did with Sauceless one, Like I've gone back and watched that myself like 7 times now
That's
because
awesome.
I was trying to really get a better understanding of music, and so this will just be a resource for people in the community to
Right.
basically just see someone work with it in a condensed space and just try to get the understanding. So yeah, man, I I don't
I
think
think
I think this was your first time coming to the chat on for the podcast. But yeah, I've been talking about for nearly 2 years now how I just do not get logic. Like I get certain things. Like there's certain things I think I could do that I don't think Aecert would think I can do.
Like what?
But
I'm curious.
yeah, see, and that's why I didn't want to say anything. But but there's but it's just that everybody focuses on something within dreams, and you got to go through and learn all the rest of it when you have time, and when it maybe it clicks with you, or you think it starts to make sense. It's like Dark Souls.
what I what I think
It's
is quite beneficial though about these type of videos, like what we're doing now, is like, let's just say Acer made a tutorial of how to do all of this. It's so different a beginner watching a video of how it's
Mm-hmm.
done from a professional.
Exactly.
But if someone is watching this particular video where you're sort of talking it through with people that literally don't know what they're doing and we're trying to guess our way through it, it makes it a lot more easier for that beginner to understand the process because they're watching
Exactly.
someone else who doesn't know trying to figure it out.
Exactly. Yep. I completely agree. It's really nice to like have you guys ask questions in the moment
Mm,
instead of me trying to predict where people will have issues.
exactly, yeah.
Um, God damn it. This is actually really annoying to do. To time the animation because we have this box picked up. We need to trigger the animation differently. I don't, this is really annoying actually.
Even
Okay.
Ace getting fried now. That's when
Yeah.
you've done
Well,
too much
I
work.
wanna. I really. It's tough because I want to do this as simple as possible. But okay, we're doing this. We are because we literally just did this with the door. It's just a little more
We
complicated.
did, yeah.
Yeah. So we have pickup box. There's no square input now. There's literally no square input. Okay, so the square should be maybe here. This is still fine. This is still fine. We don't want this anymore, I think. Actually, oh, we still might want that. No, we still want that. Oh God. I know this is messy. It will be neater soon. Again, I say get it working and then
And then
neat it.
tidy it up, yeah.
It's a complete waste of time if you try to make it neat while you're doing it because you will change. Things will change. All right. So let me talk about what I'm doing here. So
chat is just
I know. I bet. Well, I mean, this is. I'm not talking through it, so it's even
Well,
more
no,
confusing.
Snavalier, I was
Oh,
saying that
what?
I'm sweating and my head is hurting.
I
And then
am
Ninja
so
said,
tired.
knees weak, arms are heavy. Notice said, mom spaghetti. And
There you
he
go.
said there's logic in his sweater already. Logic on his sweater already. It's so great.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh.
Really
This
funny.
has definitely been the most intense episode of
Intense,
this
yeah.
show ever. Like so
That's
intense.
good. No, this isn't what I want either. All right. This is what I want. Here we go. Sorry, it's. I don't want to blame you guys. It's hard to it's hard to do this while we're reading Noter's essay. All right. Will this work? Let's think. Okay, so if we're sensing a box and we press square, it triggers our animation. The tag will trigger this. So we've replaced the square press in the box with a tag trigger that is played in the animation. Damn it. All right. What's happening here? This is great to debug actually. What? That's not right.
Mm-mm.
That's weird. Okay, so maybe we check if this is detected at all by using a greater than calculator. So if this, because remember this value is 0 to 1. If this
Mhm.
value is 0 to 1, we turn this on. That appeared to be the issue. There you go. So now it's timed pretty well. Can we time it even better? Hopefully. Yeah, that's not bad actually. All things considered, like the animation being absolute garbage. Let's maybe here's a new trick. Here's something that's pretty cool. Teleporting is instant, right? It happens instantly. It doesn't have to be. You can actually by changing the teleporter's power, or well, let's do that first. By changing the teleporter's power, we can actually ease in the teleporter. So we're going to use a signal manipulator for that, and we're going to use output smoothing. So normally this value is 1, and it's just immediately 1. What output smoothing does is it eases it in to the value it's trying to go to over a certain amount of time. So it's hard for me to demo this. Hold on. It's important to see this working though, because you can't see it in the box. Get a number displayer. Yeah, so this is a really nice trick. Okay, so if we play, look at how it goes up. See?
Yeah.
So it eases the value, and we're going to do that with the power of the teleporter. So now when we play this, it might be subtle, but yeah. So I mean, it's less.
It's less
It's less snappy. It's a little bit
yeah.
telekinetic right now. Maybe we want to go to like 0.3 and maybe trigger it slightly earlier. But like, look how easy it is to adjust that, because look at that.
Yeah,
That's pretty clean.
less clippy.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's actually quite clever.
Thanks. Now there's one other way to do it, and we can do it with a timeline. So if we put a teleporter in the timeline, you can drag this, and it does the exact same thing. Right?
Just using the fade in.
Yep, it's using the fade. Exactly. Okay, so what else is there? Well, let's just make sure. I'm thinking we need some sort of drop animation, maybe, and maybe a run animation. And what do I mean by run animation? How do we do this? When we're picking up a box, we want to disable. This is less logic and more like animation, but we want to disable the upper body arm vigor, I believe. So we're going to do that with a keyframe. Arm flail, springiness. I'm not, maybe breathiness, sassiness. Let's try this. So when we have a box picked up, we're going to disable all those things. So hopefully this works. Disable arm movement. The procedural arm movement. And then this is the arm animation. And I just remembered. I will get back to the frame delay thing, because I know that was a little confusing. Okay, we're close. Let's change. I hope we can do this. Let's change the tag position while we're playing. Yeah, look at that. So now we're kind of like, we're playing time and we're changing the tag gizmo position. So this is exactly, yeah, it's really nice to like exactly set it.
You gotta do it in real time.
Yeah, yep. You don't have to like guess and check. All right, there we go. So now hopefully it looks a little bit better. Yeah, there you go. But I'm still not liking that arm sway. So what else can we do? I'm not. We might need to change the actual arm animation, but I feel like. I mean, I don't know. It's just annoying me. Let's try that. Okay. All right. I think I know what's going wrong, and it's because this isn't actually working properly. If we let's go into and if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna give up, honestly.
Karsten said invert kinematics on the hand, maybe.
Invert kinematics. What about it?
That's what he said. I'm just reading chat.
What does that mean?
Karsten will come back in and tell us.
The thing is, like, we can't just turn off procedural walk. We still want the legs to move. We don't want the hands to move. So, you know what? We need, this is what we want. We want a second running keyframe, and this one will not touch the arms at all. Or, actually, yeah, it won't touch the arms at all. I think this will work. And if this doesn't work, I mean, this isn't really what the tutorial is about, so. But, I mean, it's good. It's good practice, right? All right, so we're doing the node trick again where, oh, is this walk? No, that's idle, good. Where we're gonna turn one node off and one node on, and then swap them if we are picking up a box. So our new animation with no arms will turn on, and our old default one will turn off. Will this work? Okay, maybe we need to do a combination. So maybe we also need to turn off this.
He said if you use invert kinematics animation on the hand, it should keep its position relative to the puppet so it won't swing around.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I want to try this first, and then we'll do that. I want to just see if... Yeah, all right. All right, that's a good point. That's a very, very, very good point. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, this. Okay. So what he's saying is instead of using the rotate animation, we can use the drag and drop animation. So it's called IK as opposed to oh god, what's the other one? IK inverse kinematic RK? No. I mean, obviously this isn't. What's the other type of animation? This is not a quiz. I genuinely don't remember.
FK.
FK. There it is. Thank you. All right, let's try this. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. I'm not being sarcastic. That's perfect. We just obviously need to change. We need to change the tag location, but the hands are staying exactly where we want them. There you go. The animation's a little messed up, but I mean that's kind of a theme.
But yeah,
for
the hands are doing what they need to do, though.
Yeah, exactly. and we could take another like half hour and fix that, but or maybe like 10 minutes. I don't want to take any of that time though, because frankly that's not what this is about. But you would delay the arm animation or something. I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah. Why is it? Oh, well, this is kind of like this should be like a quick fix, honestly. Can we do something like this? Or actually, we don't even need to do that. Keyframes have their own power-up inside them, so.
Ninja says unkey the torso parts and it probably act right.
The torso parts? Maybe, yeah. I don't know, but this is good. Yeah, good enough.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough. Like, I could tweak it forever, but I do want to do one more thing. I'm sorry, this is driving me crazy. Maybe we do that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy, indeed. Okay. Let's try that.
And Karsten said that's the 80-20 rule.
Enough.
Get the basics done in 20% of the time and make it look good the other 80%.
Make it look good, and we're creeping into the 80% right now. Is there anything else we can do with this that's not tweaking animations to look perfect?
Throw it.
Throw it? I actually was thinking that, yeah. All right, new button. Oh, I almost forgot. Sorry. We are going to go back to square, and we're going to have the bug again, I believe. Oh. Do we actually not? You know what? The bug goes away. Now that we're triggering the pickup in the animation, we don't even have the frame, we don't even have the interference bug where the square is picking up and then immediately dropping.
Huh.
So that's kind of nice. With that said, I would like to cover why we needed it one last time. I keep mistyping square. All right. So what was happening before is the square input was picking up the box, and that same square input was dropping the box. So what we needed to do was delay the drop by 1 frame by doing this. So by delaying the power, this powering on by 1 frame, the initial square press wouldn't also happen here. That's, I mean, hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't,
Yeah.
sorry, but it's not right. Throwing the box. Oh, see, this gets into like force appliers and stuff. Let's try it. So we have a box, right? And we want it to shoot out in the direction the player's facing. Do you guys know how you do that? I'm still figuring it out in my head, but I think I have an idea.
Shoot it out in the direction the player's facing.
Yep.
That's one of those things where I would think it would do that anyway. Like it wouldn't have to.
Yeah,
mean?
like wouldn't it already do that?
Like if it's throwing, like let's say straight ahead, and your character is facing straight ahead, then it would already have that.
That's a good point.
You wouldn't need
Yeah,
to.
because based on the location of the tag, it already has that information.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're completely right. So it's even simpler than I thought, honestly. So what would you do? In English. In English.
So basically, when L1 is pressed,
The button's pressed, sure.
yeah, you would trigger an animation that for the hand to go
an animation.
out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're getting into sure. Okay, keep going. Sorry, you're getting into fancy stuff. Sure. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, and I mean, I see what you're doing here, but
it's unrelated. It's unrelated. What I'm doing is completely
it?
unrelated. Yes.
Because okay, well, you would basically
I'm just spawning boxes.
do the animation for the hand and have an emitter that would,
sure,
and then have an emitter that would.
It's not English. Not English.
Okay.
But
okay, you want
spawn?
to make it so that when you push your hand out, a box goes flying in the direction you're facing.
So you'd spawn a completely new box shooting in that direction. That's a cool solution.
Why
we could do that.
Spawn a new box though when you already have a box in your hand.
So there's merit to both options. In this situation, I would not spawn a new box, but I like the idea. We can do both. So I guess really quick though, why would you do one over the other? So the other English solution would be to make the box move really fast on the button press for like 1 frame, and then have that momentum carry over and maybe like turn physics on or something. Does that make sense? It's kind of hard for me to explain it actually, but yeah, so I like both solutions for different reasons. Why one over the other? Maybe so why one over the other? The reason you would want to emit it is if the emitted box is different than the box you picked up. So maybe once you emit it, it explodes after it hits something. These boxes don't need the explode logic. So you would have a separate box that literally just has nothing in it. All it does is, I don't know, explode after 1 second. So let's do that. So we'll do your method first because I think it's going to be significantly easier actually. So we need a shoot button. What button do you want? Triangle, square, or square's already taken. O. Let's do O. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna dream. This is driving me insane. I can't drag it. This bug, it drives me. I don't know if anyone has it. It drives me insane. Yeah, something like that. Throw. Throw is fine. All right, and then on button press of, I said
boy.
O. Wait a second.
O was taken up for the drop, right?
Yeah, my bad. We already have something on O. So we're not even using drop anymore, by the way.
Oh yeah, no.
Because we replaced, yeah. So
Mm.
this is perfect. Throw. Perfect. And let's get throw. So if we have the box picked up and we press throw, I'm speaking it in English and then doing it in logic at the same time.
Yeah.
If the box is picked up and we press the throw button, what happens? Mighty, this was your idea. Tell me in tell me in English first.
And we press the throw button. It throws out the well, actually, I guess overall, we throw out the box in the direction
one?
we're facing. The
Remember,
new
we have
box.
two boxes now, right?
The new
We have
box.
two boxes. The
Yeah.
new box. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and we destroy
How do we do it?
the old
Yeah,
box.
and destroy the current box. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. How? Now tell me in logic.
Okay. Well, one, we need to let's see. So, one, we could get the skull. What is the skull? Destroyer. Destruction.
Yep.
Yeah, get a destroyer and have it basically, I guess, destroy all the other logic.
Sure, the whole thing. Sure.
So it
would
would destroy the whole thing.
Yep.
And then we need a timeline.
Okay.
I mean, do we need a timeline, or could we just use the emitter and emit the emitter from them? I mean, I would use it.
Tell me why we need a timeline. I
it's just because it's the only way I've done it. Like whenever for instance, when I was doing the character change, like there was a character I wanted it to have 3 states, and this was before I found your tutorial. There was a way to do it by basically putting everything on a timeline, so you'd have like the action, and then that would destroy and then emit the next character.
All right.
So
sure.
I mean, so that, but basically, being that you now, with no, because I want to see how you do it.
Well, okay, so
I'll say it, but you got to do it.
Timeline is for sequential things, right? Mm-hmm. But we want these to happen at the same time, so there's no point.
Okay.
We want it to destroy and spawn at the same time. We actually might realize that maybe we want it to destroy 1 frame after, or maybe 1 frame before. Maybe there is some timing stuff, but right now that I don't know of. But right now we're just gonna do this. So we're gonna destroy and emit at the same time.
So
we're gonna emit. Yep. Yeah. Keep going. Yeah. Sure. So we emit this.
Emit the box, but then we'd have to create an animation for the hand. Reaching out.
Yeah,
to throw,
we'll play it. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So
you've frozen again, by the way.
Thanks.
No, it's not. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, I'm not.
No. You're frozen, bro.
You're frozen.
It is you who are frozen.
It was me. I'm back. It was me. Everything frozen.
The animation would be in the player. Oh, I don't even want to deal with the animation. So when you press. Yes. So instead of the throw
animation, just being, a keyframe.
Yeah, keyframe. We'll handle the animation later. Let's just get this working first. The actual box shooting.
Okay.
So how do we set up this emitter? What do we kind of want with this?
Would we want the?
This is the box in the hand. This is what's being emitted. It's a little confusing, but.
Okay. So we'd want it to be over the hand, right?
Over. No. This box. This is in the hand.
Okay.
So here. So we have this box, and notice where the tag is. It's like over to the side, and we want our emitter to shoot the box right that way.
Yeah.
So we need to. I'm just gonna. I mean,
So
I
if
think you have the idea, but
yeah, so it's just changing the arrow, right?
yeah. So we
Yeah.
need it to face the right way. So and we want it to be centered. Like, well, I think we can use the grid for this. Maybe. Yes. Nice. Okay. So we want it exactly on top, and then I moved the wrong one. Holy crap. There we go. And the arrow, so this is kind of annoying. Where's the arrow pointing? It's downish. So I think this is what we want. Yeah, probably. And then maybe slightly up. Okay, so I think that's the right direction. Yeah, and the reason I like the emitter solution is because like it has the like the physics built in. So, oh, and we want it to, it'll destroy itself after a second. Okay, so I mean, pretty sure this is it. What did we have as the button? Is it O? Yeah, there you go. and then it goes away. Okay, so obviously there are some issues, but
yes.
So what's going on? We are going to, let's turn on this one so we can actually see the logic and like what's happening, right? So here's some debugging. We're going to open this. See, that looks good to me, honestly. Which is worrying.
What do you think, Jamie?
Ignore parent speed?
Me, I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe just faster.
Maybe.
I don't know. It looks like it should work.
Well, is it
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So
just needed to be a little bit faster, I guess.
all right.
And let's make this powered off. Let's do this. And yeah, is there? Oh, so yeah. I think we're good.
Yeah.
And we can throw it, and then it like explodes after. Well. So this is a little, yeah, it just falls off the edge. This is a little confusing because it looks like we're throwing the same box, but we're not, right? Actually, I kind of like the idea of just spawning the same box. This solution's actually this is a pretty good solution. I would have just added.
Is somebody snoring? Like I swear I hear some snoring.
It's not me, but
is somebody snoring? Like I swear I kept hearing like a. Who is it?
my wife.
Oh. I was like, I swear to God, I hear something snoring, but I'm like checking around. Anyway, continue. So,
it's midnight here, so
it's midnight. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Is this movable? See. So now I'm trying to emit another box, and we're having some issues. I think because we're already. Oh man, I'm actually not sure.
Well, if you don't know,
yeah.
there's no hope.
Let's try getting a second box and emitting that. I don't know. I don't think that. Oh yeah, I know why. I had it set to emit itself, and it was in the pickup state. So it was emitting a box that was already picked up. So now I need a fresh box. There's this box. Here's a fresh box. Nothing's wrong with it. Oh, but now this emitter. Oh no, I don't think we can do. Okay, no, we can do this. It can emit itself. That's okay. This, but it just seems like, you know what? I don't like that. We don't have to emit itself. All we need to do is shoot it. So your solution is fantastic. We are omitting. Let's undo, because now we're getting a little weird. Getting a little weird. How far do I need to undo? I think this is good. So let's just play your solution one more time. Nope, I did not undo far enough. Okay. So good and good. So we are, it looks like it's the same box, but we're emitting a new box. And
Yes.
maybe that's what you want. But for this demo, we probably don't want that. Also, I'm kind of getting annoyed about flying off the edge. Beautiful. Okay. For this demo, let's throw the exact same box. And how are we going to do that? When we throw, we're not going to destroy, and we're not going to emit. We're going to first. I don't think we need a force applier. I really think we just need to move it in that direction, which was this, if we remember correctly. And strength, probably 100. Dampening, I want 0 dampening, actually. And then speed, let's try 20. That might be too much. Local space is good. So we both move it like that. And what else do we need to do? There's one other thing. So, yeah, what's up?
Is the box already like physical?
Yep, the box is physical.
Okay.
Currently the box is being picked up by you, and you press the throw button. We're moving it for 1 frame really quickly, and there's one other thing we need to do. It'll be immediately obvious. You know what? You guys don't know? It's okay. Whoa. Let's find out. So we throw. Any last guesses?
Need to make it collidable?
No.
Nope. Okay. I'm out of ideas then.
I'm throwing right now. Nothing's happening.
Oh, right.
Why? Why is nothing happening? It's teleporting. Yeah. Why is it teleporting? Yeah. Yeah. We're in the pickup state, but we're trying to throw it. So this mover is doing literally nothing. So what do we need to do?
I was muted. I actually answered those correct, guys. I want my credit. I want my credit.
Wait, you were muted? I heard you.
Yeah, y'all can hear me, but if I mute, they can't hear me. Like I do that sometimes if I'm drinking or something like that, and I don't want to do it directly.
Yeah.
But yes, guys, I got it. And
Fluke's
yes,
got it. Fluke has it. But I want them to answer.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. So, I mean, I already saw what he typed, but yeah, that's where I was.
Okay.
That's where I was going. That's where I was going, though. And you saw me. You saw me. I was on the right path.
You were.
Whenever chat moves, I look because I'm trying to be.
That's fair.
There with the viewers. Okay.
All right. So it's dropping, but it's not moving, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably just not strong enough. Is there? I'm just gonna. Yeah. My best guess is that this isn't being. Oh. You know what? It might be because it's immediately turning off. It's not even on at all. And there's a way to test this. So we are going to display this if this turns on. So I mean, let's see if it actually works. My guess is that it won't show, but it might. I don't know. Oh, it did. All right. So the mover being on for 1 frame is not long enough. Let me think about this. It might be because while the mover is on, the teleporter is also on, which cancels it out. So we're actually going to get the timeline. Because there's other ways to do this, but we want the mover to be on after this pulse plays, right? So a very easy way to do this is to just do a play once timeline. Let's do this because we don't want this on for very many frames. So we're going to stretch it out so we can see each individual frame. by L1 right D-pad. And we really only want this on for like 2 frames. So let's try this. And again, it's really important to realize that the teleporter completely cancels out the mover, which is why nothing was happening, I think. So I believe this is going to work. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
So
Nice.
we're now throwing boxes aggressively.
Now we
Really aggressively. Holy shit.
I like it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
I think this is a great place to end.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions? Because I'm sure you're saying everyone kept saying like it's way over their head and stuff, which is unfortunate. But I hope anyone who was here the entire time was able to follow pretty much everything. I hope.
It's been
Yeah,
really
it's
informative, and it's been really interesting to see everything sort of play out live, and
Mhm.
yeah, it's been really good.
follow, yes. Do, that's gonna take me, like I said,
No, and
watching
that's
it over
complete-
again. And
Look, I don't expect you to be able to do this all from memory. That would be ridiculous. But I just want you to understand how these magical things are working, and hopefully now, at the very least, you'll be able to go back into these and read the logic and actually know what's going on.
I,
You know what I
I for one,
right?
certainly have a much better understanding
Yeah.
of logic now and how it computes.
Nice.
So
That's
yeah.
awesome. All right, that's good to hear.
yeah.
Did you guys have any questions? Does chat have any questions?
Yeah, any questions for anybody?
You need to say, if you can say it in English, that's the first step. Because so many people, oh my god, this drives me insane. They're just like randomly wiring stuff, and if it feels like I'm calling you out, maybe I am. They just like randomly try stuff without knowing what they're even trying to do. Like, don't get me wrong, I also do that, but I know what I'm trying to do. Like it. Randomly trying stuff. It's not. It depends on specifically what you're doing. Because, like, again, I also do that. But if you have no idea what's happening and you're just randomly wiring stuff, hoping it just works, it's not a good. It's not. That's how you start feeling like logic is really like dumb and confusing, and you're never gonna get it. Because you're trying to do something that's way too difficult. If you ever get to that point. But again, this is different than just like trying different things.
Yeah, it's truly understanding what you're doing.
Yeah, but then like I say that, but like I've had points where I'm literally just randomly trying different things, but it's not random. It's me trying to get around a dream's bug/interaction. So if you get to that point, I am not calling you out. I'm calling you out if you're a beginner trying to do something way over your head and you're just randomly wiring stuff. Ask for help, please. Please.
Yeah.
That's what I'm. Yeah. So hopefully that rant made sense.
Well, I mean, it looks like nobody has questions in the chat.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
well, everybody says that they definitely feel good about this whole adventure that we've gone on.
I'm glad. Thanks for having me on. This is fun.
Been stressful at times, but it's a good. It was a good stress though. Like it
good.
was it was like trying to figure it out and stuff, and it's been really insightful for me to understanding how these different things work and why you use the things you use to make it do the thing you want to do. So yeah, it's been really good.
I'm really glad to hear.
Jet Yeti said I still had one before with the cheat code.
Yeah. There's a Tap Giles tutorial that is exactly what you're looking for. He covers it perfectly. But I can show you really quickly the idea. The idea is, what the hell's the idea? Yes, that's it. Use a selector, and each selector output, and I'll show this too. I'm just gonna talk while I'm making the picture for this. Each selector output represents a different code, a different button press in the cheat code. And if you press the right button, it goes to the next output. If you press the wrong button, it resets. And I can knock that up in literally like a minute. What am I doing right now? I want to pick up a box. Yeah. You gotta make the thumbnail good, you know?
Also, if you're interested, Jet Yeti, I actually have the link to Tap Giles.
Oh, you've got the
cheat
link.
code.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's
I wonder,
it
does
right
he do
there
it the
in
same
chat
way?
if you want to try it.
a horrible picture.
Uh-oh, RBD Jellyfish. Welcome, guy. Elka has a fancy cheat code thing that uses an instrument to store the code instead of a selector.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably not...
Oh, that sounds super interesting.
It's interesting. It's to save thermo, and it's completely extra unless you're trying to save thermo. But it is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool tech demo. Box picking up and throwing and dropping, but you know.
Yeah.
Really quick. Sorry, I need to. I forgot to add the throw button press prompt. It's literally. I mean, I can do that. It's the same text displayer. What was it? Oh, I think.
Yep.
I don't even remember. I think it is though. Yeah, good. Alrighty. So I can mock up a combo thing in like 30 seconds. Yeah. Anything else? Keep them coming. Just like really questions mostly. Ideally.
Let me scroll back up, see if I missed anything else.
I'm just looking forward to the point where we're able to store our skills and stuff into like a memory card, and you can just send it to me, and I can insert it into my brain. And
those are my YouTube videos. That exists already.
It'd be easy if I could just insert it into my brain and just like instantly have it, like when Neo was learning how to do kung fu. When we get to that point, that's going to be great.
Yeah. That's not coming for a while. We have to be robots for that, unfortunately. But
I can't wait to be a robot.
I know, seriously.
Me too. Me too.
It's gonna be sick.
I would trade this human body in for, God.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it looked like one of those old like 1980s crash test dummies, I would trade my body in for that body. With like duct tape and everything.
If you had a computer brain, that would be sick.
I just want wings. That's all I need. It's just a set of wings.
All right, sir. Well, if you have the digital body, you'll be around for the wings. Okay, just take it at one step at a time, bro. What if it's like RoboCop 2? I mean, I still probably take it. RoboCop's immortal, bro. Like, I mean, well, not technically because his brain is still. Wait, didn't they finally make him? No, his brain was still intact. Well, no, then that doesn't fit the criteria of the robot body. Like, I need the full thing.
You want full robot?
Oh, dude, my wife disagrees with me on this all the time.
Yeah.
But I completely would trade in humanity in a moment.
Oh.
And I mean, because I feel like you can no longer say you're human. That's one thing but I don't want to be, so whatever. I'll trade that in at a dime, bro. So you want to go full Chappie? If I'm full Chappie, then that means I can start getting upgrades. We can tanker. I could start off Chappie and end up something else. I'm cool with that. I truly am. I think it's the obvious progression of humanity.
I mean, like, you're skipping a couple steps, but yeah.
No, yeah, okay, calm down. None of that naysaying around here. Anyway, but question about your selector. With the output node sending current count at the first port, you won't have power?
With the output node sending current count at the first port equals 0, you won't have power.
Yeah.
I don't have it. What are you talking about? All right, my custom selector. Well, I mean, I can literally add it to the scene. No more helpful. Where's my stuff? Can I get my stuff? What the heck? Oh, here.
Where my stuff be?
Where'd my stuff? Oh boy. Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, what are you saying? with the output node, yes, sending current count, yeah. Okay. At the first port. What do you mean? I mean, these aren't ports, these are just going forward and backwards. I don't have any ports like you can't manually with this custom selector, you can't manually set a port. I mean, I guess you could. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to implement that functionality of a selector, but it would be the same as, remember when we were flashing on the keyframe to set it to 30? You'd have to do the same kind of thing. You'd have to, like, for example, this would keyframe it to like port 1, and then this would be like a pulse. This is how it's actually implemented. Actually,
It
this is
says
the same
no,
exact
but
functionality.
if you make it being a selector when the counter is at 0, you won't have signal from the output node.
If you make it being a selector when the count is at 0, you won't have a signal from the output node. That, I mean, because the active port is 0. What's the issue? This is the active port, so it's 0. That's what it's supposed to be, 0. A selector doesn't start at output 1. It starts at 0. Do you guys actually not know that? Arrays start at 0, guys. That's a programmer joke that no one's gonna get except Jellyfish. But it's 0. I don't know. Have you guys ever tested that? All right. Well, I don't. Okay. All right.
RPD.
All right.
Acert's just like noobs.
Well, and then Jellyfish is calling me a noob. So B is 1. A is 0. Yeah, it starts at 0. Oh God. Oh, one based arrays. Look, the meme is that arrays start at 0. All right, that doesn't matter. Okay. All right.
It says, I know, but if you want to use it as a selector, it won't turn on what you put in that first port. Put in for
the first port just, sorry. Okay, yeah, I understand now. The first port is forward. It's it counts it up 1 1. That's all it's supposed to do. So, oh, are you saying like if you have an on signal, it doesn't immediately count it up? Oh, is that true? No, it does. Oh, does it? Oh, I guess not. That's weird. I wonder why.
Oh boy.
Huh. Yeah, that's really weird. Is it
setting? Your camera's frozen again.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, you found a bug. I would argue that's a Dreams bug, but you can fight me on that one, I guess. whether or not it is. So the issue is that on the very first frame, if we're trying to count the selector up 1, the custom selector, not just a normal selector, so it doesn't count up. Why is this? Oh, okay. So I mean, obvious. Well, actually, is it obvious? Let's just make sure it actually works before going. Okay, that works. Does a constant signal work? I don't see why it wouldn't. Okay. So the issue again is that on the very first frame, it's not counting up. I mean, we have this pulsed. I don't know. I mean, I think that's a Dreams bug. I think what's happening is it's resetting. This is going off. Wait, this isn't going off. What's happening? I don't know. This is a good debugging thing. Let's see. This is a really good debugging example. Let's see what's happening. So you see how this is flashing, but it's not counting up. The counter's on. This is very interesting, yeah. Jellyfish actually might have an answer. Pulses don't happen on the first frame if well, there you go. Pulses don't happen on the first frame if the signal's already on. There's your answer. I think. Well, let's see. Does it work with the selector? I'm curious. Probably does. Yeah, so it works with the selector. All right. I mean, an easy way to fix this, and I can update it, but is just this, if you're curious. So 0.033, and we're just not going to allow any signals in at all for the first frame, like that. And this will, I'm 100% sure this will fix it. Although every time I say that, it's actually not going to fix it. So let's try it. So we're expecting this to turn to 1 on the very first frame. There you go. All right. So yeah, no, nice bug find.
Good job,
So
Gizmo.
there's some debugging though. What's up?
Oh no, I'm saying good job to Gizmo, who brought it up.
Yeah. Nice catch, Gizmo. So yeah, we're just stopping the signal from coming in and then waiting a frame and then letting it come in. That's a very it doesn't really make sense why that's happening, but that's how you fix it. So and that's kind of a situation where like I'm trying random stuff. Like this is the situation where I personally would just keep trying things until it worked. Because in my opinion it should have worked. But anyway, I will update that. The combo system, is this all we need? So oh god, this is really messy, but what's okay, triangle, square, O, X. That's the combo. So we play triangle, square, O. Oh, see, it doesn't work. O, X. So this combo is probably exactly what you want if you're okay with buttons being spammed, right? So eventually you'll get it. If you want the combo to reset if you do a wrong one, it's a little bit more logic. And this logic is very, very messy and annoying, but like I don't really know how you do it otherwise. I mean, at the very least, we can put this all in chips, but oh god, this is I honestly don't even want to continue making this because it's like so what I'll explain it. So what you would do is check if you press any button that's not the correct button and then just send it back to A. The logic would get insanely messy, and we're kind of beyond running out of time, but that's how you do it. There are a bunch of tutorials on YouTube as well. But it would literally take longer to organize the logic than to actually implement it. So, camera's gone again. Jeez. No, camera's good. Okay,
no,
that was old chat.
No, you're good. You're good.
Old chat. All right.
All right.
This was fantastic though.
Yeah.
The collection is here. I will make it look a little bit nicer eventually, but not right now. I stream on Twitch. I stream Dreams, and I also, well, actually, I'm streaming real programming lately. But my Discord is a fantastic. If you have any, I feel like now is a great time to shout myself out. If that's all right.
Yeah. That's completely fine.
If you need any Dreams help at all, my Discord, specifically the Ask for Help channel, is a great place to go. I'm trying to get the link right now. How do I get the link? Create invite? Oh, nice. Copy. Okay, cool. So, yeah, that is my Ask for Help channel, I think. Again, like, do not be embarrassed by asking dumb questions. All I ask is that you try before asking me. Just give it an attempt, and then I'll try to help you. And I'll probably hop into it too if it's really complicated. But yeah, I really hope this helped, guys. I tried really hard to make it as understandable as possible, I guess.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Been very, very good. Really enjoyed it.
It was a long one though. Are we at 4 hours? 4.5 hours?
We are at 4.5 hours. Yeah, just over.
Good shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then wrap this up.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't understand because I missed 90% of it.
I mean, you also work there, so I hope you understand. You understand. But.
So yeah, guys, it's my brain is fried. But
me too.
I do feel as though
three.
I do feel as though I've learned. I'm glad
That's
that Aecert was gracious enough to subject his brain to such buffoonery. But hopefully, like I said, people be able to go back through this and, when someone who's a beginner really starts messing around with logic, there's a few different levels in
There's
this.
4 awesome demos and a video to go along. Yep.
Yeah, and there's different levels within those. Like just the whole part on English and how hard it is for me to, when I'm dealing with logic, not speak in the logic terms, which I didn't know was a thing. So I learned that about myself today.
I mean, I just made it up during this stream, but it's I do it, but I don't think about it. You know, it's just so it helps you remember it. If you can say it in English first and then translate it, because if you try to think in logic and you say, like, it just goes right out your head after you do it, you know.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is a way to make it stick a little more.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And Fluke said, "Hell, I learned some shit today." So
Yeah,
there we go.
awesome.
There we go. So yeah, of course we'll have the VOD here available. So over the next 60 days, you can come here, or I'll have it up on the Mighty Vicious YouTube, where we have all the back catalog of the podcast, as well as episodes available on pretty much every podcast listening service there is. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I really do hope everybody had a good time, because though I'm brain dead and sweating, I had to turn on the AC up in here.
I'm going to sleep well tonight.
You're going to sleep well? Yeah.
This really is like a gym workout.
For your brain.
Yeah. For your mind grapes.
Your homework is to go through each one of these and add something or change something, or just
God,
go through it, make sure you understand it. It's to just reinforce. It's really, really important. Or not, it's fine. But at least don't.
Then spam his Twitter with all of the things you did, with little videos of all the stuff you did.
Let me see it. I want to see it.
You want to see
Everyone
it?
in the chat too. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, thank you again for joining us. We love you.
Thank you for having me.
Catch you later.
This was good. See you later.
Bye.
Peace.